Good morning, everyone. We're in session. We have all the jurors. It looks like we're just waiting on Mr. Cruz. I assume your next witness is going to be testifying remotely?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to provide me with the driver's license so that I can have a look at it
Sure.
and be ready when he comes
Also,
in?
Judge, I don't think it's a big deal to address this when Mr. Cruz is in here. By agreement of the state, we're gonna go ahead before I start questioning her. We're just gonna enter all the school records.
Okay.
It's gonna take a couple minutes because there's a lot, but we're just gonna go through. They're composite exhibits, but there's several of them.
Okay. And you have them all marked?
Yes.
So you can just formally put them on the record as soon as your client gets here?
Yeah.
Do you want to tell me what they're pre-marked,
Yes.
please?
Okay. It's 3F.
3F?
As in Frank, 3G, 3H. Oh, you know what, I can just probably, yes, I'm just gonna give you this because it has the page numbers splits also.
It goes into the next page, there's a highlight.
Can I show that to State for instance?
No, I know.
Okay, yes. Okay. It goes to the next
Just the
page.
ones that are highlighted?
Yeah, then it goes to the next page, yes.
Ms. Curtis, I don't know who's sitting with the witness, but the person should be not on screen.
Yeah, that's her attorney. He knows, I think, to get off the screen. But
Okay.
we'll let him know.
All right, the defendant is present. The lawyers are present. By agreement of the party, the following exhibits will be received into evidence. Defense 3F as 61, 3G 62, 3H 63, 3I 64, 3J 65, 3K 66, 3L 67, 3M 68, 3N 69, 3O 70, 3P 71, 3Q 72, 3R 73, 3S 74, 3T 75, 3U 76, and 3V 77. We have remotely testifying by Zoom this morning is Carrie Yan. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Your Honor.
Okay, good morning. Just a few instructions. Just like as if you were, this is just as if you were testifying in court. So if you have a phone, please turn it off. You should be the only one that's visible on screen, and there shouldn't be any background noise or talking, please, okay? Just as if you were sitting on the witness stand.
Okay,
So the gentleman sitting next to you,
that's my attorney, Clifford Hart.
okay, but I can see him.
You can still see him? There.
I was told, Your Honor, that I would be swearing Mrs. Yan in as a notary public. So,
Is that what you want to do?
It doesn't make any difference. You can do it or.
Well, the thing is that if I do that, then I have to explain who this person is.
Okay.
I think it's easier if I do it since I have the driver's license.
fine.
Ma'am, I'm going to, and sir, I know you know this, you're an attorney, but once the jury comes in and we start, let your client answer all the questions, please.
Yes, ma'am, I'm aware of that. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Also present is my law partner, Matthew Yan, who is the husband of Carrie Yan.
Okay,
He's also representing her.
okay, so, thank you for being here, but again, both of you need to please be quiet when the jury comes in. Ma'am, I have your Florida driver's license in front of me, is that correct? You have a Florida
Yes.
driver's license with an address in Boca?
Yes, that's correct.
So for the record, I've identified the witness by her Florida driver's license. Are both sides ready to bring in the jury?
I think Ms. Curtis wants to.
Well, Judge, so we intend to enter some documents that are not included in the school records. They are notes that Ms. Yan took and saved separately from the school file. Some of those things, well, it's her personal notes, and then some of it is work that was done by Mr. Cruz as a student in her class. There were a few pages where there was either a mention with the word swastika or there was a picture, and I have those and I have the pages I can show you. We redacted those based on pending litigation and the court's order regarding Ms. Broward's testimony, and I believe the state has an objection to that.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
You know, it's incomplete, and what they've done is they have
Is your computer charged?
about 6 pages, whited out, swastikas and the word swastika. So the records aren't complete, and the defense earlier on, may purposely or not purposely, brought out the fact that he was bullied. And here he is, making these shooting figures and flags with a swastika on it. He's doing and submitting it to the teacher. There's an indication that, he's the one who's the bully and he's not the object of the bully. He has the confidence and the gall to do that. Just 1 second.
Sure.
Yeah, and that's true. And I didn't realize this, and Mr. Marcus reminded me, in the school records that they just introduced, swastika is mentioned being on this, in Marjory Stoneman Douglas. I don't know if the court recalls. It's a backpack with the word "I hate" ends and swastika on it. It's already in evidence. It's date stamped 001645.
So, Ms. Curtis, you're correct. In Ms. Broward's testimony, I ruled that the state could not cross-examine Ms. Broward about swastika evidence because she didn't know anything about it. And I found that would be hearsay evidence. That's on cross-examination, but you're the proponent of the evidence. So you're wanting to move in records that are not complete in your case in chief. So why is it not admissible? Tell me why I should exclude and allow you to redact certain portions of the records.
Because the probative value is outweighed by the prejudice.
You mean prejudice outweighed by the probative
I'm
value?
sorry. Yes. The, even if what Mr. Sachs is saying is, maybe he was the bully, or the evidence is he was the bully, there's absolutely no evidence in any of these records that he was targeting anybody or directed his behavior at anyone based on their religion.
Wait, may I see
Oh,
the
yes.
references, please?
Yes. Oh, I gave him to Mr. Marcus.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. There's something highlighted about a referral for lunging in the hallway. Is that supposed to be,
No, it was already highlighted, so it's.
okay, so
On that page, I think it's in a note, is that page 23, the bottom, the big one?
yes,
Okay, if you look up maybe about a third of the way down,
okay,
there's a parenthetical
okay.
with the word.
Okay, and then what else?
The pages are all there, the ones that we've redacted, and that's the unredacted copy.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm following you. So all the pages that are included in what you just gave me, you took out the entire page?
No, we didn't take it out, we just whited out either the word or the actual drawing of it.
Okay, will you point me to that? Because the drawing looks like a bunch of scribble to me. I don't see,
Yeah, I could actually take those and I can circle it if you like.
is this an extra copy?
You can have it, yeah.
Can you just like put a red mark by, check it or something so that I can quickly find the references that you're looking for, please?
Can we mark this as a court exhibit so there's a record of it, so the record's clear?
Sure.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I
Yes.
could, just wanted to add one thing. There was another page where swastika was mentioned in the school records.
In the records that have already been admitted?
Yeah, but,
Can-
it's
All right, will you all,
008252.
wait, hold on just 1 second, please. Where are the ones that just?
They're all right there. It's easier if I find the page. Or I could kind of send a copy of the pages Mr. Sachs is saying.
And also, Your Honor, that what I wanted to argue that this swastika was submitted to Miss Yan, was bullying the teacher. She was afraid to be in class with him. It's in the record.
So we would actually be moving to withdraw those pages from evidence. As the state did previously, we would move to withdraw them and not publish those to the jury. We're not publishing every page anyway, but we would ask that those be withdrawn.
Mr. Sachs, what's the page number, please?
Of what page number?
About wherever it's mentioned in the school records that were already in.
Oh, sure. 00165, no, 1645. and 008252. You see it?
I don't, but I'm gonna come up.
Okay, if you don't find it, let me know, okay?
Thank you. Judge, do you want me to give you a clean copy of those 2 pages that Mr. Satch just mentioned? Instead of looking through all these buckets? Was it easy?
I need to do one thing at a time. I've never seen any of this. You all have. So if you all can just, yes, why don't you make a clean copy of those pages for me, and I'll be right back so that I can concentrate.
Thank you, Judge.
The wall,
Yes, sir.
there's another page too.
Okay.
It's 002307.
Is that the SBDC bait stand?
Yes.
Can you tell me the SR number that's on the top? It's faster in my system.
I don't have those on.
Okay,
on mine.
that's fine.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand. You're now asking to withdraw specific pages from those boxes of records, but you're still asking to omit these pages, and when I say these pages, I'm talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages of notes and drawings, the red portions that are circled.
Yes.
Okay. State, do you want to be heard on the defense withdrawing certain pages from the records? And have you had a chance to pull those for me?
No, because for some reason, I'm numbering the box. So, Mr. Sachs, can I see those pages? Do you have them? The pages you?
Judge, there may be other
They're in multiple
pages
pages.
that we, right, we're gonna go through and we will, I mean, the jury's not gonna be looking at these today. Unless they're gonna try, in which case we need to deal with it, but we are gonna go through and move to withdraw from evidence whatever pages there are. I mean, we can go through it ourselves and review them.
What are we doing here? State, do you want to be heard?
Yeah, what are they withdrawing?
They don't know. This isn't working. You all, I understand sometimes after the fact or what have you need to withdraw something, but you're saying you want to admit this whole table of evidence but then you want to withdraw some of it, but you don't know what it is that you want to withdraw. So how am I supposed to rule?
Well, we can
That it's admitted
defer.
subject to all the pages that you want to withdraw, but what if the state objects to some of them and they need argument on it?
Well, we can leave them for now, Judge. We don't intend to show the jury all of these records now. We can go through the pages, let the court know, let the state know, and then we can come back at another time and, you know, like Monday when we come back from the break next week and argue that.
Then I don't think that the boxes should be received into evidence today.
Okay.
I think that that argument should be made prior to. If you want to lay the foundation through this witness, when you lay the predicate foundation, if you can, the relevancy, and so on and so forth, and then put it in at another time through another witness or not.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that.
Well, if they're not going to show her notes?
That's something separate.
I think for now, we're just talking about the boxes of school records that are on the table to my left.
Well, those boxes contain, what I told the court, that, and they'll probably be admitted. And let me read it to you. A student was brought to student services after teacher observed a student write "kill" on a piece of paper. Student also told another student that he drank gasoline last week and was suspended for fighting, and he had a backpack with FNs on it and a swastika in big letters on his backpack for everyone to see. So, it's all kind of tied in, and on cross-examination, I'm going to ask her if she was bullied, and is the swastika part of it?
So it's your position that the teacher was bullied by the defendant in part with the use of swastikas?
Yes.
Judge, there's no evidence that Mr. Cruz, there is evidence of him being aggressive toward her, but the swastikas, there's no evidence that he was doing that in an effort to bully her.
But it wouldn't be what he intended, it would be how she received it, and I don't know what her answer is.
Well, we can ask her.
In other words, if I start flashing swastikas at you in an attempt to bully you, and I'm not meaning for the swastikas to be bullying you, I'm just trying to be aggressive, but you receive what I'm doing as using swastikas to bully you. You see what I mean?
Okay, well, we can ask her. Oh, yeah, maybe we need to mute. She's actually listening. I believe. Oh, it is me? Okay.
Your Honor, let's do a proffer, see if it's part of it.
Also, Judge, we have filed motions. We have not received a ruling. We would have four-dired the jury on this issue had we known these were going to come in. It's not relevant. It's more prejudicial than probative, so we're renewing all of those arguments about this particular symbol is not, it's not relevant, and it's overly prejudicial.
All right, with regard to the packet of 6 pages of notes, I find that the prejudice with the word swastika and the drawings does not outweigh the probative value, and here's why. There's a drawing that says N is for Niger, B is for bitch, A is for anus, F America, suck balls, and then there's pictures, little stick people shooting each other in the face. The small swastikas in the middle of the drawing is honestly, in my opinion, the least prejudicial, or one of the lesser prejudicial markings on this paper. In the totality of this drawing, there are horrible things all over it, and removing those drawings in your case, when you are the proponent of this evidence, I disagree with your argument that the prejudice outweighs the probative value in considering all of the drawings. The third page looks like a helicopter shooting somebody on the ground with little stick bodies on the ground. and 3 or 4 other stick drawings of somebody shooting somebody else, which appears to be right in the face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then at the top right, there are scribbled, I guess, what are swastikas. And then I think you might have, oh no, this is a different page. No, I think you gave me the same,
Some of them seem to be duplicates in the packet.
this looks like it's the same page
Yeah,
twice.
I think there are some duplicates in the packet.
So I don't need to repeat all
No.
those things.
No.
Also, there's a note on one of these pages, I know more than your something life as a human, and then it has it looks like a Jewish star and then a Nazi symbol and then perhaps a cross. To me, that looks like it relates to the statement just before it. I know more than your, I don't know what it says, pathos? Path? Pathetic life as a human, and then it seems to indicate different subgroups of the population. All right, so if you're intending to admit these drawings and notes into evidence, I am denying your motion to redact these portions. Also, isn't there another, what is the symbol on the drawing page? It's right here. I don't know if that's a,
I'm sorry.
sure. I don't know if that's an attempt to be a Jewish star.
It's just.
Looks to me like it, based on the, if you look at it in conjunction with the other pages, that it's a Jewish star next to a Nazi symbol.
It's not exactly a Jewish star, but
Well,
just a.
Might be a pentagram, I don't know.
all right.
So I have 2 requests. Based on this court's ruling and all of the previous litigation, I would ask for a little bit of time for us to consult about how we want to proceed. And second, I have a question. If the defense chooses not to introduce this, are you going to allow the state to introduce it on cross-examination?
I don't know, because I have to hear what the witness is going to say.
Then
Cross-examination is to impeach the credibility of a witness or to show some type of bias or to bring out some type of detail that was not brought out during direct examination. I have no idea what this lady is going to say. Certainly, as I said, if she feels that those types of drawings and the specific things that are written on those affected her, and then yes, I'm going to allow them. I mean, I'm not clear why, when there's all of these different hate groups on there, why the defense is concerned only with the Nazi symbol. Is this, I mean,
it's one of the most prejudicial hate symbols in the world. So
well,
that's what
so
we're concerned
is the
about.
N-word, and so is, I don't know, there's a lot of other things on there that are,
So Jen would ask for a few minutes for us to consult, and I would also ask that the court order that if the state believes that it is entitled to bring in this evidence, if we choose not to, after consultation, that we go sidebar first and allow us to make argument and probably move for this trial.
okay. I am not going to, this is not how it works. If you all want to put forth evidence, probative evidence that you believe is something that should be submitted to the jury in your case in chief, I'm not going to go through and piecemeal it and ask the state to tell me exactly what questions they're going to ask and prejudge the evidence. This is what happens. If you call a witness and there are things that the witness may or may not have to say that are prejudicial to your case, you have to consider that before you call the witness.
I understand that, Judge. What I'm asking is after she testifies on direct examination, if the state believes, if we do not enter that evidence and the state believes it can enter the evidence, then I would ask that we discuss it first because we may have objections to put on
Okay,
record.
that's fine.
Okay. And
So-
we have a few minutes to consult.
Sure, I'll put the white noise on. You can let me know when you're ready.
Okay, you can put the white noise on, that's fine. Thank you.
Or do you not?
Well, I was thinking we may just go outside for a minute, but the white noise is fine, I think.
Okay. Are both sides ready to bring in the jury?
No, we have argument.
Okay, argument as to what? The records I've ruled on, the 5 pages of notes I've ruled on, I said that I was gonna wait and hear argument as to why or why not the state should be allowed to get into these things on cross-examination if you all choose to, depending on what happens. So what other argument is there to hear now?
So, Judge, if I'm understanding correctly, your ruling was on those particular documents that you just referenced?
Correct.
That contain swastikas, that you do not believe that the prejudicial effect of those documents is outweighed by the probative value, is that correct?
Yes, why are we repeating what I've already said?
I'm asking for clarification because I need to make an argument for the record. I just
Okay.
want to make sure I understand.
That's my ruling, yes.
Okay, so in essence, you've now ruled on the state's SF-202 motion that they filed after the jury was sworn, admitting the swastikas into evidence. So at this time, I need to make the following record, and the defense will be moving for a mistrial. On January 22nd of 2021, the state of Florida filed a motion, SF-109. It was the state's motion for pretrial ruling on the admissibility of relevant evidence, specifically the hand-etched swastikas that were on the firearm that was left at the scene, the boots that were removed from Mr. Cruz, and a swastika magazine. The defense, on February 5th, 2021, filed a motion in opposition to that state's motion, SF-109. The state then filed another pleading. They included some etchings that were done on a school desk at Marjory, Stoneman, Douglas, and a drawing on the red backpack, which also included a swastika. And then the state filed another motion on other additional evidence that contained swastikas, specifically the Mossberg shotgun found out at Camp Mutiny. The defense, on March 19, 2021, filed D-146 in opposition to their new motion and incorporating all previous arguments. On February 25th of 2021, when we were having hearings on other matters, the defense once again brought up that there was a pending swastika motion that the court had not ruled on. That was again brought to the court's attention on July 13th of 2021.
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt you. Do you mean 21 or 22?
21. And then on August 17th, 2021, it was again brought up that the court had not ruled on that motion and the defense needed a ruling on the motion in order to formulate their defense and prepare their jury selection. We also brought it up again on August 27th of 2021. The court had not ruled on that motion. We also brought it up again in the third, when Mr. Marcus argued the third-party negligence motion on September 8th of 2021. The defense also brought it up that we did not have a ruling on this motion, which would impact our ability to prepare our mitigation presentation as well as our voir dire on September 21st of 2021. The court did not rule on that motion. Mr. Cruz pled in October of 2021, and at that time, the defense said that we were withdrawing our motions on the issues of identification, and that we asked that the court rule on SF-109 and the other motions the state had filed relating to that issue. The defense again brought this issue up before the court on October 26, 2021, and requested a ruling on the matter, as it would affect our ability and the decisions we would make in the presentation of the penalty phase in this case, as well as how we would proceed with jury selection. On October 29th of 2021, the state is now put on notice of our witnesses, and on November 3rd of 2021, we asked the court to again rule on all the evidence that had swastika information on it. When we were in court on November 21st of 2021, the swastika motion was not mentioned by the state, knowing that they had a pending motion. On December 7th, 2021, the swastika motion was once again not mentioned by the state, knowing that they had a pending motion. On December 21st of 2021, the state once again did not bring up the swastika motion, knowing it was pending. The same for January 11th and January 24th. We went to court again on February 10th, 2022. The swastika motion was not mentioned by the state. On March 18th, 2021, the swastika motion was not mentioned by the state. The defense requested at that hearing that all outstanding motions need to be heard before jury selection because we needed to know how the court's rulings would impede our presentation in the penalty phase as well as jury selection. The court did not rule on the motion. On March 30th of 2022, again, the swastika motion was not mentioned by the state. It was not mentioned again on April 1st, on April 5th, on April 6th, 2022. Knowing that this motion was pending, the court did not address it, nor did the state. And the following dates, we were also in court and the motion was not heard or addressed. April 27th, 2022, April 16th, 2022, May 23rd, 2002, May 25th, 2002, June 6th, 2002, June 7th, 2002, June 8th, 2002, on June 14th, 2022, Mrs. Curtis emailed Mr. Marcus and asked if the state intended to introduce the swastika evidence during trial because it would, this is not an email, but this is the ideology behind the email, because we needed to know how we were going to prepare our presentation of the penalty phase as well as how we were going to conduct our jury selection. He told her that it was relevant because it supported antisocial personality disorder and borderline personality disorder of their experts. They also intended to call an expert at a hearing on that matter, and I believe that was the hearing with Dr. Brandon. Mrs. Curtis indicated that we needed to get a ruling on this matter before general voir dire. On June 14th, 2002, Mrs. Curtis advised me that the state intended to move forward with the swastikas, and we indicated that we needed a ruling from the court. The last day of capital voir dire, Melissa McNeil, myself, and Jeff, I approached Jeff Marcus and I asked to approach Michael Sachs, and I pointed out that there were several motions that needed to be heard before general voir dire, and this included the swastika motion and the motion in limine number 3, which had to deal with an unrelated matter. The defense mentions the need for a hearing on the swastika. On June 21st of 22, again, Ms. Curtis objects to starting general voir dire with outstanding motions pending, including the motions related to the swastikas. The defense requested that the court rule on the swastika motion. There was no comment from the state. On June 23rd, 2002, the court indicated I'll have that done by Monday morning, so be ready for a full day on Monday. I need to ask one thing before we leave. This is you asking the parties. With regards to the motion in limine regarding the swastika that was discovered after the incident, that hasn't been ruled on because I wasn't sure if the state is still attempting to admit the guns, which have the swastika hand-engraved on them. And if you are, that's fine. I need a hearing on the argument before both sides on the issue. And Mr. Marcus said, yes, we know that. I meant that as a motion for next week. And the court says, okay. And then I say to the court, Your Honor, and you say yes. I said, we brought this up because if the swastika was going to be admissible, we would have to discuss jury selection. And then I asked the judge for a ruling on the motion. After the jury was sworn, without the motion being heard on the swastika, the state filed an additional motion, SF-202, requesting a ruling on the admissibility of the swastika, as well as other inflammatory evidence not previously mentioned by the state. The court has not ruled on that motion. The defense at that point made an argument that the presentation of our penalty phase would be impeded, or perhaps we would have had a different strategy as to the presentation of our evidence. And also, our voir dire would have been different because we would have asked each individual prospective juror what their feelings were about swastikas, and other anti-Semitic comments that Mr. Cruz has made through the documentation, either things that he has drawn, things that he has said, or things that other people have heard him say. So, in essence, by allowing the swastikas to come in through carry on, the court has ruled on SF 202. The court's failure to rule on this motion prior to the swearing of the jury and during the pendency of this trial is in fact an abuse of discretion by not ruling on it, because the defense has chosen not to do certain things without this ruling. An order granting a mistrial is required only when the error upon which it rests is so prejudicial that the entire trial, that it interferes with the defendant's fair trial rights. I'm citing Smith versus State at 866, Southern Section 51, and Overton at 801, Southern Second 877. Over defense objection, the state has admitted into evidence photos of the crime scene showing blood spatter, books about the Holocaust. The state also offered testimony about murders that occurred in the Holocaust studies classrooms. They were making a very thinly veiled attempt to compare Nick to the Nazis. Doing so violates the following constitutional rights. Due process. Florida Constitution.
I'm sorry, when did they do that?
During their case in chief.
And by how? By showing the actual crime scene photos?
Right, and we filed pretrial motions telling them, requesting that the court not reference that room as a Holocaust room, and it was in fact referenced as a Holocaust room. We
Okay,
also asked.
I understand what you're saying. Go ahead.
Also violates fair trial rights pursuant to Florida Constitution, Article 1, Section 19, U.S. Constitutional Amendment 6, Section 14, U.S. Constitution's Amendment 6 and 14, also the 8th Amendment, prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment, as well as the 14th Amendment, which is equal protection. When Mr. Marcus moved into evidence yesterday, I believe, or might have been the day before, through Jessica Clark, which was the disciplinary forms, the DMS forms. He, in fact, himself redacted the references to swastika because the court had not ruled on the motion. So at this point, the defense respectfully moves for a mistrial because we believe that Mr. Cruz's fundamental constitutional rights to due process and a fair trial have been violated by this court and by the state of Florida.
May I respond?
You may.
So initially, the defense has clearly laid out their knowledge that there was a pending motion. They knew the entire time that swastikas was a pending motion. It's certainly not unusual for a court to defer ruling on motions in limine that involve a lot of evidentiary support and determination. It's very difficult, we understand, and attorneys ask for motions in limine because we're trying to understand what's going to come into evidence later on. But from a court perspective, it's also very difficult to understand the context of how evidence comes in. Now, Ms. McNeil has blended swastika to all the various swastikas that are involved in this case. So the state's initial motion about the swastika evidence was the magazine that was in the weapon, in the AR-15, which had swastikas on both sides, which were not shown to the jury. They were covered with tape, so the jury could not see those swastikas. And the state intended on its case in chief to also introduce the swastika on the boot. The state was not indicating that it was going to use other swastikas unless it became a reason to during the course of the case. So that's what those motions were about. They were about those swastikas. The state has never mentioned the Jan, is Ms. Yon still hearing this?
She's muted, Mr. Marcus.
She can,
Please
I know she can't,
let me answer, please. Ian, she's muted, correct?
she can't hear
She
it.
cannot hear.
Okay, thank you. So the Miss Yon material, the state never mentioned. It has not come up once in this case from the state side that we were seeking to introduce the swastikas contained in the writings of Miss Yon. That wasn't anything that we mentioned in any motion that we were going to move into evidence. The case is entirely different now from pretrial when the state did not seek to make the swastikas a feature of the case. We were addressing the scene itself and his capture. If something came up, then it may be relevant. We expected, and that's why we filed a motion, that it would become relevant in rebuttal evidence for the state. The defense has already opened the door to mental health testimony. The state, as the court recalls, heard from Dr. Brannon that the diagnosis is going to be antisocial personality disorder, and that a feature of that is hatred, and a swastika is evidence of that hatred. The door is opened by the defense by putting on their mental health testimony. It's also been opened by things such as that he was bullied, and for a different reason. The swastika it's a hatred symbol, and it, by virtue of it, symbolizes that you're trying to intimidate somebody, as well as, the defense has no problem with the N-word coming in, which is arguably the same. It's so bad. They're equally as terrible, but they have no problem with that coming in. The defense did voir dire and did bring up the bad things of the defendant. They even brought up animal abuse in their voir dire. They brought up everything conceivable about it. They cannot complain that they did not know that swastika could be a part of this case. Whatever decision they made, that was their strategy. But the one thing that we have total silence on from the defense is that if the court, if the court was not ruling, they have a remedy, and that is mandamus. They never took mandamus to the 4th DCA. They know how to do that. They've done that before. There's no reason that they could not have tried to compel the court to rule on it if it was a matter that they can compel. They can't come in here and say, we had a conversation with the state, and they said this, and this came up several times. All that shows is that they were well aware of this issue, and they chose not to pursue it. It was their strategy, and we're at the state that we're at, where if they want to introduce this testimony and the court has already ruled, that's their decision. Thank you, Your Honor.
Great.
Just briefly, Your Honor, the defense repeatedly, and the record will stand for itself.
Okay, let the record stand for itself then.
Requested, I'm rebutting what Mr. Marcus is saying, that the court rule on this matter, because we knew how important it was to how we would proceed with our penalty phase and how we would conduct our jury selection. We are not complaining. We are advocating for our client. That's why we continue to bring this up to the court's attention. And the court did not rule pretrial, and they did not rule before the presentation of the state's evidence. The reason why the swastika was covered up on the firearm is because I requested that it be covered up because the court had not ruled on the motion. And the pleadings that the state had filed clearly illustrate that they are not just talking about the gun. They were trying to bring in the stuff from Camp Newton. They were trying to bring in the stuff from the desk. They were trying to bring in the stuff from the backpack. And because of that, pull the motions up then. And because of that,
I'm sorry, who are you talking to?
to Ms. Chiappoli.
Okay,
who's
please
saying
don't-
that the
don't-
motions
do not
I'm
talk-
sorry,
Guys, one at a time?
No, I'm going now. Don't talk to each other back and forth. It's unprofessional. This is not happening.
Okay, I apologize.
Ms. Giappone, if you were talking, that goes to you too.
Word, Your Honor.
Do not talk directly to the state. State, do not engage. This is getting out of hand. It got out of hand yesterday and it's not happening again today. If you all want to speak, you speak through the court. Everyone knows that. That goes to both sides.
Yes.
Wrap it up, please.
The point is this, the defense is now put in a position, because we were not able to voir dire on this issue, and because the court has not ruled on either 190 or 202, that we are forced to introduce very inflammatory prejudicial evidence against our own client. And because of that, we move for a mistrial. This is not a strategic decision. This is because we have told this jury that we will be honest with them, which is one of the reasons why we repeatedly asked the court to rule on these particular issues.
Okay.
I have no other matters for the court, and I appreciate you giving me the patience to make my record.
All right. The swastikas to this point have not become an issue. The state has indicated in their motion that it would become an issue in rebuttal. In other words, that is where they wanted to bring it in, depending on the testimony. And the court has an obligation to hear the testimony before I can decide whether or not it is relevant and whether or not the door has been opened. Now, you can't make something an issue and then expect the court to prevent the opposing party from their right to confront the evidence. And as far as this, what I would call an anticipatory mistrial, as to evidence that may or may not come in on cross-examination, or evidence that you have a choice of whether or not you can put in, or through a witness that you have a choice as to whether or not you can call, is disingenuous. It's denied. Your motion for mistrial is denied. My ruling remains the same. Let's bring in the jury.
I'm sorry, can I have 2 minutes to run out these restrooms really fast?
Sure, 2 minutes.
Okay.
And then we're going to go all the way from 10:42 until lunchtime. So if anyone else needs to use the restroom, please do so now. Okay. All the lawyers are present now?
Yes, ma'am.
State, are you ready to bring in the jury? Defense, are you ready to bring in the jury? Mrs. Curtis, are you ready to bring in the
I'm
jury?
sorry.
Just a yes or no would be fine. If you're not ready, that's fine. I'll give you a minute. When you
Just
don't
one
answer, I
minute,
think
please.
perhaps you didn't hear me.
Yeah, just 1 minute, please.
Okay. You need printer paper?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Here.
Okay. No, we have paper, we just have to add it, I'm sorry. And Judge, based on the court's ruling and the arguments made by Ms. McNeil, we had entered the school records, we'd asked to have them not entered, but we're just going to leave them in, and they've already, I believe you've already given them numbers and they've been marked.
Wait, so you're withdrawing all of that evidence, or you're now asking to leave it in its current form?
No, I mean, we had asked to withdraw them after
Right.
the discussion.
Right.
Now we're withdrawing the request to withdraw. We're going to leave them in as marked, as,
Okay, so that's fine. So all of the exhibits that were previously placed on the record as being entered into evidence are going to remain in evidence in their current form, and that's it.
I just need 1 more minute and then I'm ready.
So I don't have to inquire on the record. Are you entering on unredacted now?
Yes. Based on the court's ruling. Do you want to see the copies you want? Or-
Just as if you did it unredacted.
It's just whatever we have. Okay, I am ready. Thank you.
Okay, let's bring in the jury, please.
Jury directoress?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. I assure you that we were working very hard on issues that are not appropriate for you all to be present for, so hopefully it wasn't too bad. Again, that's my fault, no one else's. All right, defense, you may call your next witness.
Okay, Zoom witness. We're calling Miss Carrie Yan. Please.
Miss Yan, can you hear me? Miss Yan, are you able to hear me?
Looks like it's muted, Judge.
Yes, but I'm talking to her and she's not trying to respond. Ma'am, can you hear me? If you can hear me, would you please take your microphone off of mute?
Miss Yan, can you hear me?
Judge, can we just have a quick sidebar, please?
This might not work. That might not be working.
We're off.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
No.
All right, Miss Yan, this is Judge Shearer. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Carrie Yon. My last name is Yon, Y-O-N.
Okay, Ms. Yan, I need to ask you, the attorney for the defendant is going to be standing right in front of the defendant. Please, Mrs. Curtis, please stand in front of the defendant so I can make sure the witness can see him, please. Ms. Yan, are you able to see Nicholas Cruz?
I am.
And Mr. Cruz, are you able to see and hear the witness? Okay, ma'am, at any time, if you cannot see or hear Mr. Cruz, please, well, you're not going to be able to hear him because he's not going to talk, but to see him, please let me know, okay?
Yes.
All right, Mrs. Curtis, do you want to do a sound check, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Do you want to have the state, in case they object? Have it do a sound check?
Can you hear me, Ms. Yan?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. May I?
You may.
Okay. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for being here. Why are you here to testify today?
Because I was subpoenaed.
What is your occupation?
A teacher,
And how long have you been a teacher?
approximately 12 years,
Where do you teach?
West Glades Middle School.
And what do you teach?
I'm currently teaching sixth grade art.
And have you always taught art?
No,
All right. What have you also taught or previously taught?
language arts.
Okay. What about during the 2013 to 2014 school year? What were you teaching?
Eighth grade language arts.
Okay. Was it a remedial class?
Just general education class.
Okay. Do you hold any special certification in exceptional student education, ESE?
Not a special certification, just the standard general teacher education.
Okay. So there is a special certification that ESE teachers can have. You just don't have that.
Right, correct.
Okay. And can you tell us how your classroom was physically set up in 2013 in your language arts class?
It was just set up in rows of desks.
Okay, like a traditional classroom like you see on television.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And about how many students would be in your class each year?
Somewhere between 22 to 25, generally.
And was it an independent work type of class, lecture format? How did you run the class?
It was a mixed class. It depends on the day. So sometimes it was independent lecture, sometimes it was independent work, sometimes it was group work.
Generally speaking, when you're teaching your class, do you have other adults in your classroom?
No, not usually.
Okay. Did you have any sort of teacher's aide or paraprofessional with you regularly?
Not that year, not the beginning of the year. No, not really.
Okay. Do you know Nicholas Cruz?
Yes,
How do you know him?
he was my student.
Do you remember when?
The 2013, 2014 school year.
Okay. When you first met him, what was your first impression of him?
He made me very uncomfortable, and I immediately thought something was kind of up. I put him on my radar to watch him, keep an eye on him.
When the school year started, were you aware that he was an ESE student?
Yeah, they provide you with the IEP at a glance at the beginning of the school year, so I would have had that.
Okay. And do you recall, excuse me, what his eligibilities were?
If I look at the IEP, I mean, I know he had like EBD and I think he had speech, but I don't remember specifically every eligibility. I'd have to look at it and go through it.
Okay. And when you say EBD, what is that?
Emotional behavior disorder.
Okay. Do you remember him having language eligibility?
Yes, because I know he went to speech.
And what special accommodations, if any, did you make for him in your class?
Seating, proximity. He got some just help on assignments, additional help and assistance, things like that. Extra time. He also was allowed to go to the ESE resource room to get assistance on work.
And how did he perform in your class academically?
He struggled very poorly. He did not perform very well at all.
Were there any particular types of assignments he had difficulty with?
Anything that had to do with writing, anything like even sentences, paragraphs, essays, things like that, he really struggled with.
When did he start having those academic problems in your class?
Immediately, right from the beginning.
And did you keep some of the work that he turned into you in your class?
I did.
And is that something that you normally do with your students?
I normally keep a record for the school year and then they take it home, the students. So I keep a record of their work to see how they're performing and how they, how they improve over the school year. But his I kept longer.
Okay, and why is that?
It just seemed like something I should hold on to. I didn't want it to get lost. A lot of my paperwork and notes were in there and I didn't want any of that to get lost, all of it.
Okay, did you have a concern that it would get lost?
I did. I was sharing the materials with other resources at school, the principal, assistant principal, and ESE services, and everybody I could. And so I wanted to make sure that I had the original copies of everything, so nothing would disappear.
Okay, and did you save any other documents regarding Nicholas besides his own work?
I saved my log that I took notes on.
Okay, and we're going to pull up on a screen share a document, and I want you to go ahead and take a look at the first couple pages and tell me if that looks familiar to you. Can you please show pages 1 through 3 or 4? Thank you.
I can't see it just yet.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it's up yet. Just one moment.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. His IEP?
Okay. Do these documents look familiar to you, the 145
Yeah.
pages? Okay.
Yeah.
Are these the notes that you kept and his schoolwork that you kept?
I mean, from what I can see so far, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And these notes and the work, was that all saved at the time that they were done?
Yes.
Okay, and these fairly and accurately depict those notes that you saved?
Ms. Curtis?
Yeah.
The jury cannot see the document.
Oh.
It's not, is it too small? Is that what the problem is? Blurry. It seems like nothing is going right today. Sorry about that.
Is that better? So we magnified it, I don't.
Yes. Yeah. I can see it. I have a copy of it here too that you provided, so.
Okay.
This is fine, but this is not.
So we can see it, it's just very blurry.
Okay, it shouldn't be blurry. Ian, Ian says it's from the Zoom side that it needs to be corrected, so he's gonna try to help you all if you need.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't even.
I can't hear the judge. Am I supposed to be hearing
It's okay, ma'am.
Judge Stewart?
Ma'am, I don't know if you can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
We are
Okay.
just trying to figure out some technological difficulties, issues
Okay.
on our end. And so, no, there's nothing you should be hearing. Just if you can
Okay.
give us a minute or so to try to get this clear. You're
Okay.
able to see it and I'm able to see it, but the jurors are not. So
Okay.
we're trying to figure out what the problem is.
Okay, thank you. No problem.
It's clear up there, but not on the screen.
Oh, okay. Okay, so Judge, I think maybe Mr. Secor was suggesting if I have a copy here, I can put it here for the jurors, and Ms. Yan says she has a copy, and they're bait stamped, so we have numbers.
Okay.
Maybe we could try it that way, or is that better? I don't know if that's,
Well,
we can ask the jury if that's
well,
better.
why don't you show it to them?
They're looking at a different page now.
Is that the page that's within your packet?
All of these pages are within my packet.
I understand, but you're saying that you're going to show the witness
No.
on Zoom, and you're going to show
Yeah.
the jury from the projector.
I'm not showing the witness by Zoom. I'm going to ask her, she has a copy, I'm going to ask her to refer to what she has in her possession in person while the jury is looking at it on the screen.
Okay.
Unless does that seem, Ms. Blackwood, is that better? This is a different page, does that look better?
Are you asking me?
No.
Okay. Let's do
Okay.
this. Let's do this. We're gonna take a recess for a minute. We're gonna go off the record because this is embarrassing for our circuit that we can't get this the right way. We need to figure this out, and then we'll come back.
5L be entered into evidence.
This is the,
Yes.
okay. Okay. State, do you have any objection to the court receiving Defense Composite Exhibit 5L?
No, Your Honor, we do not.
Okay, thank you. Without objection, Defense 5L will be received as Defense 78. Thank you.
How did you keep these documents, Ms. Yan?
Some of them were digital and some of them I printed out and put in a folder.
Okay, and I'm going to show you on page 133 of these documents.
Okay.
Is this the folder that you kept them in?
Yes.
Okay. And is that note something you wrote?
Mrs. Curtis, can you make
No,
a little bit?
that's not my writing.
Okay.
Hold on just a second. It's cut off.
Do you know who wrote that note?
Antonio Lindsay,
And who's that?
he was assistant principal that I worked with during this time. So he
Okay.
and I talked a lot. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to ask that you look at some of these assignments and tell us if these are some of the assignments that Nicholas turned into you. So we'll start with page 8, please.
Here. Okay.
And go through to page 11, please. Okay, can you go back to 10? I'm sorry.
Okay, let me just tell the jurors what's going on. So, ladies and gentlemen, this document is in evidence, which means you'll have an opportunity to view it as long or as little as you want when you're deliberating. So don't feel like if you miss one thing now, you're not going to be able to look at it, because you will be. So when they're flipping through certain things, don't feel like you need to be a speed reader, because obviously nobody can read that fast, okay? Okay.
Is the work that Mr. Cruz turned into you the quality of work you would normally see in your 8th grade students?
No.
Okay. Can we go please to page 70? So on this was a test, it says minus 23 out of 35. Somehow he got 58%.
Yeah, it might have been, I don't remember, it was a long time ago, but this might have been one that was curved. I don't even know.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
Can we look at, please, pages 75 through 79?
Okay. Yeah.
This is an assignment Mr. Cruz turned in?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, you can, that's 75 through 79, please. Okay. Okay, wait, can we go back a moment? Okay, that's fine. You can keep going to 79, please. This is an assignment he turned in?
Yes. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I want to look at 88 through
What that
93,
is.
please. Did his classwork become increasingly inappropriate as the term went on?
Yes.
Okay, it contained curse words, inappropriate, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. Yeah. Curse words.
Inappropriate pictures,
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Can we go through to page 93, please? So this is the persuasive essay. This is the, what is this document? I'm sorry.
This is a standard essay that all the 8th grade students take.
Okay, so these are are these the instructions?
These are the instructions, and then I added additional notes to help him as part of his IEP.
Okay, and can we go back to page, I think it's 91 maybe? Can you scroll up, please? Okay, is this his 5-paragraph essay?
Looks like it.
Okay. And I want to look at pages 103 to 108, please. And this is a persuasive advertisement. That's what it looks like the assignment is. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And his product was called the Sex Boat?
Yes.
Okay. This is more of that same assignment?
Yes.
Okay. And this appears to be a vocabulary quiz?
Yes.
Okay. How do they receive the quiz? How is that administered?
They get a piece of paper that has all the questions on it, and then they put the answers on a separate piece of notebook paper.
Okay, so it has at the top vocabulary quiz, and then it has the words, and they have to, okay.
They have to match.
Okay,
Match the words with the definition, and then use it in a sentence at the bottom. They have to pick which word goes in the sentence.
okay. Okay, if we could keep going. Okay, so this seems to be more of the sex boat assignment.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think this is as well.
Okay, and then if we can go to page 110, please. Is this part of that same assignment?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a storyboard. Yep. Yes, it is.
Okay. And then 112, please. Whose writing is that in the purple?
That's mine.
Okay. And
I gave him the term.
why do you think he was turning in work like this with these images and these words?
I think this is what he thought about. I think this is what he was fixated on.
Okay. And do you think he wanted to be in your class?
No, I don't think he wanted to be in my class or anyone's class.
Do you think he wanted to be at that school?
No.
Did he ever say anything that made you think that?
He said things to other students that he can't believe he's still at the school and he was trying to get kicked out.
Okay. Can we go to 114, please? Do you think he would have said, written or drawn anything to get attention?
I think at times I believed that in the beginning, but then I think because he was so consistent with his inappropriate drawings and language that it wasn't about getting kicked out at some point. It was just about what he was fixated on.
Okay, and can we go to 129, please? You can go down to 132, please. This is an assignment he turned in?
Looks like it, yes.
Okay. Can we go to 139, please? Was there any work Nicholas was able to complete in your class that bore any resemblance to the assignment?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, can we go to 143, please? And then down to 145. Okay. We can stop with the sharing. Did he ever do anything, to your knowledge, that indicated he was unhappy about his poor performance academically?
He made comments about me giving him poor grades or not grading things. So
Did he do anything physically with his work when he would receive it?
he would crumple up his work frequently or just throw it in his bag.
Okay. So academically, he was not successful at all in your class. How about socially? Did he have any friends in your class?
I don't believe he did. At times he would joke around with some kids, and I don't know if they were in the beginning just entertained by him, you know, and watching him or socializing with him, but I don't know that he had any true friends.
Okay. Did he seem to be able to make friends?
Not that I saw.
Okay. So he's unsuccessful academically and socially. How about behaviorally? How was his behavior?
He was very poor.
And when did his behavior become poor in your class?
Right from the beginning.
Okay. And generally, what sort of poor behaviors would you see from him?
He was extremely impulsive and erratic with his behavior, so it was just random outbursts, inappropriate language, trying to do anything he could to either get attention at times or just not do the work.
Okay. So some of that you thought might be avoidance behavior?
Some of it was him just lacking perhaps self-control.
Okay. And did you write any referrals on him while he was in your class?
Yes, many.
Okay. And were you aware of any other referrals that were written on him from other teachers?
Only the teachers that I talked to throughout that school year.
Okay.
And then more recently, I know he's had, you know, a lot of others, but during that time period, I wasn't aware of all of them.
Okay. What are some of the behaviors that you saw that made you write referrals?
Inappropriate language, there were so many different events that caused me to write him a referral, just insubordination, leaving the classroom without permission and, you know, just sticking up his middle finger at people. I mean, there was a lot.
Okay. Was he disruptive to your class?
Constantly.
Okay. At some point, were you asked to document his behavior?
Yes.
And what was the reason for that?
They were doing a reevaluation on his IEP at first, and then it was due to the behavior and conduct issues they were having with him.
Okay, and are you familiar with a functional behavioral assessment?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's just to assess what the student is doing and what you're seeing in your classroom.
Okay, and did you document for a functional behavioral assessment?
I did.
When he first started in your class, were you given his complete IEP, or were you just given the at-a-glance 2-page document that summarized?
I don't recall. It was 9 years ago, so I don't know exactly what I was given. Usually we were given the at-a-glance
Okay, and when
at
he
the beginning
came,
of the year.
okay, so that summarizes what?
It summarizes the most important things you need to know about the student,
Miss
the
Yan,
most recent information
Miss
on their educational plan.
Miss Yan,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, it seems like the connection might have gone out for a moment, so I'm going to ask
Okay.
Curtis to go rewind a few, like a paragraph.
Okay,
Approximately, and I don't know who's, it could be on our side, I'm not sure, but you cut out for a minute, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Sure, she's frozen again.
okay, so.
No, hold on a second, Miss Curtis, she's frozen.
I am. Can you hear me now?
On my screen, there's a delay.
We have a good connection here.
Yeah, it's a little bit laggy.
I'm sure it's our fault. Can we?
Sorry.
No, please, it's not your fault. Can we restart?
Okay.
Excuse me?
We can stop this and start it again.
Will that help?
It depends, is she on wireless there or hardwired?
Do you know if your wireless connection is, or your connection is wireless or hardwired?
Wireless. I can log into a computer that's hardwired if I need to.
Ma'am, if you wouldn't mind, would you try doing that, and then we're gonna disconnect and reconnect, because you seem to be freezing up quite a bit on our end. And I need to
Okay.
make sure everyone can hear and see. So if you would just log in and out, and then log out and then back in, and then we're gonna do the same, okay?
Okay,
All
no
right,
problem.
thank you.
All right.
Ian, are you taking care of that? Thank you. While we wait for her to log in, I'm gonna grab something. A little bit.
That's her, yes.
Come to order, may see that?
Okay, Miss Yan,
Yes.
thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for logging back in. It seems the connection is better. So let's
Okay.
go ahead and, Ms. Curtis, I think the last question or two that you asked, there was a bit of a delay, so if you want to
Okay,
just go back.
okay. I think you said you did not remember whether you received the entire IEP or just the IEP at a glance.
Correct.
Okay. And what does the IEP at a glance tell you?
The IEP at a glance just highlights the goals, the objectives, and a little bit about his history and different requirements for you to help them, like accommodations to help them be successful.
Okay, so when he started the class, were you aware of his academic struggles and behavioral struggles in the 6th and 7th grade?
Not immediately, but eventually I was.
While he was still your student?
Yes.
Okay. And I had asked you about documenting your behavior for the functional behavioral assessment, and you said you were doing that?
Yes, I did do that.
Okay. And you had you already been documenting his behaviors at this point?
I started documenting the beginning of the year,
Okay.
my own personal.
And is that the documents that we were referring to earlier, the 145 pages?
Some of that is, I have a log that I wrote that was documenting, and then yes, I kept his work for reference as well.
Okay. And after February 14th of 2018, who did you turn those documents over to?
I've turned them over to several people. Principal, I believe I turned them over to the ESC department. I turned them over to, when he went to Cross Creek. I mean, there was several different times that I gave that to people.
Okay. And were you aware of whether those documents, your personal notes and that work, was provided by the school board in this case to the defense and to the state?
No, I didn't know that. I don't know if it was or wasn't in the known.
Okay. When did you advise the defense and the state that you had this packet of documents?
When did I advise, I'm sorry, you, like, at school are you referencing, or during this legal case?
During the case.
Okay. When we met for deposition?
Okay. And did you find out at that time whether all of your materials had been provided in the school board records?
I believe so.
Okay. I want to go through some of the behavioral notes. If we could put page 16 from October 3rd of 2013. You testified that some of his behaviors were disruptive, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, could you read this note from October 3rd?
Yes.
Can you read it to the jury?
Oh, you want me to read it now?
Please.
I'm sorry, I thought like had I read it before. Yeah. NC came to class late due to the fact that he had a dress code violation. He came dressed as Spider-Man. NC came in with a lot of energy. He had to take a makeup test and was having a hard time focusing. I moved his seat and he began testing, but asking a lot of questions, and he continued to talk with a baby voice. I asked him to stop talking like a baby, and he continued to do so. Then NC dropped his materials on the floor and shouted out the F word. I called security and had him removed.
Okay. Do you recall that incident?
I mean, I recall it from my log,
Okay.
but it was 9 years ago, so I don't specifically remember everything that entailed it except for what I wrote in the log.
Okay. And can we go to page 17 from October 14th, please? And can you read the note from October 14th, please?
NC came unescorted to class. He did not have any of his supplies, no pencil, warm-up, or reading log for the giver. He immediately threw out his lunch and asked another student if he could borrow money. He was laughing during the lesson while we were reading the giver. There was nothing funny about the material that we were covering. He also ripped off the pencil eraser and threw it from his seat into the garbage can. NC also attempted to ask an inappropriate question about where babies came from in relation to the book. Since they have a birth mother, which is mentioned in the book, he wanted to know about the birth father and if they do the F word. He also told students that he could teach them about this.
Okay. And then can we look at page 18, please, October 17th?
Would you like for me to read that as well?
Please.
Walked in and went straight to my desk and stole 4 pencils off my desk. Proceeded to sharpen my pencils as well as his own pencils. I asked him about the pencils and he returned 2 of them, but then said that the rest were his. After looking at the pencils, I showed him the marks on them and showed them that they were mine, and then he returned the other 2. NC proceeded to begin reading the novel that we were reading in class along with the audio. He was on task during most of the audio. However, he would occasionally laugh out loud and look around the room to see who was watching him, trying to get attention. I looked at him each time, redirecting him to continue reading.
Okay. And you also testified that his behaviors were disrespectful, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to look at page 16, please. Note for a note from October 1st. Okay. If you could read that, please.
NC refused to take out his warm-up. He kept opening and closing his umbrella in the classroom. NC lost his work from yesterday. He crumpled it up and put it in his bag and could not find it today. I gave him a new sheet and he proceeded to begin his work. He then ripped it up and wrote in very large, illegible handwriting on the paper. I tried to assist him and he stated, "I don't want your help." When talking about figurative language and onomatopoeias, NC shouted out, "Like a gun shooting, NC will find any excuse to bring up shooting guns or violence." NC was very defiant with instructions today. He had a hard time staying focused and was looking for any excuse to get up out of his seat or get attention. When another student commented on a writing assignment about writing about Jesus as their hero, NC shouted out, "That's bullshit." He was reprimanded and sent to another seat in the classroom away from that student. NC continued to make noises during SSR.
Okay. And can we look at page 18, please, October 23rd? Can you read the note from October 23rd, please?
Mr. Lindsay stayed in the classroom for the first 15 minutes approximately, and NC was on his best behavior. As soon as Mr. Lindsay left the room, NC celebrated and screamed, "Yes, now I can talk." Then he proceeded to make comments and get very excited. I quietly tried to calm him down by asking him to follow along with the lesson, and I stood next to him for a few minutes. NC continued to talk, and when I said, "I know that you can behave, I've seen you, you're a good kid," he responded by shouting, "I'm a bad kid, I want to kill."
Okay. What about, can we look at page 20, please, November 12th? Okay. If you could read the first couple paragraphs of that one, please.
NC came into my class today with an adult that was observing him. He came in nice and quietly, but then began to act out when the class began to do work. I offered him several opportunities to begin his work, even provided him with makeup work and additional worksheets since he'd thrown away previous worksheets that were supplied to him. NC crumpled up the worksheets, tore them, and threw them away. Then he began to act out. NC said, "You're a mother F." When I asked him about the worksheets, he also shouted F in the classroom and then screamed goodbye faggots when security came to remove him.
Okay. And then page 25, please, from January 14th of 2014.
NC came into class with a bit of an attitude. He mumbled under his breath and sat down in his seat. As I proceeded to go over what we were doing, he was talking across the room to another student. When I asked him to be quiet, he said, "I don't care if you're talking." He then proceeded to threaten me about his grade on the assignment. He said, "You better give me a good grade on this assignment." During the class presentations, he shouted out rude comments to other students. When asked to stop shouting out, he would yell out profanities, either directed at me or other students. Some comments were as follows: "Go F yourself, I don't give an F, F you." And then I wrote him a referral.
Okay. Did Nicholas ever display any aggression in your classroom?
Yes.
Okay. And can we look at the note on page 18, please, from October 18th? I'm sorry. Maybe if we could go up, I'm sorry, maybe it's the one before that. I have the wrong date. I apologize. Okay. I think I have the wrong note on that. Can we look at page 23, please, from December 12th? Oh, I'm sorry, here it is. It was October 21st. I'm sorry, can we read the note from October 21st on this page, please?
NC tried to sneak out of into my classroom while I was walking out the door to use the restroom. I caught him and asked him to wait outside. He listened and waited nicely outside the door. Once I re-entered the classroom and began going over the day's assignments, NC proceeded to shout at me to answer questions.
Ms. Yan, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Can you slow down? You're reading a little bit fast.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Once I re-entered the class and began going over the day's assignments, NC proceeded to shout at me to answer a question. "What are you talking about? What? He did this over and over again. I asked him to listen and to wait, and his response was, "Or what?" I told him that he'd have to be asked to leave if he kept up this disruptive behavior. NC then stood up in my classroom and stuck his middle finger up at a student across the classroom. As I walked over to the phone to call for security, NC screamed, "No, don't," and ran across the classroom and took the phone and would not let me call security. I sent a student out of the class to tell another teacher to call for security. NC attempted to call 911 on my phone, and when it didn't work, he banged the receiver against the phone several times. He eventually stopped, grabbed his belongings, and ran out of the classroom.
Okay, and I want to look at the note from on page 23 from December 12th of 2013, please. Okay, can you just read the first paragraph of that note, please?
Yes. NC was unescorted NC was unescorted today and hanging out in the hallways. When I left my classroom to use the restroom, I told him I'd be right back, and he responded by saying, "Screw you." I told him that was inappropriate and unnecessary. He then responded by saying, "Get out of here." When I came back to my classroom, I had makeup work for him to do, so I walked over to the ESC room to give it to them to work on. As I walked past him, he made a move as if he was going to lunge at me and laughed. I ignored his behavior. When I came back from the ESC room, I asked him to go there to complete his work.
Okay. And I want to go to the note on page 24, please, from December 19th. If you could read that note, please.
NC was escorted in with a sub shadowing him today. He came in nicely, but then began to use profanity. A student made a comment about him and another kid joking around, and then NC threatened to attack him. NC made the following comments: "I'm going to attack you, and I'll kick your ass if you don't stop." NC also used profanity several times in class, calling another student an extremely inappropriate name.
Okay, so he's being aggressive toward you and other students in your class, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and one last one on this, page 21, please, November 20th. Okay, if you could read that note, please.
NC came into class without Miss F today. He sat nicely but had no supplies. I offered him a new warm-up and told him that he could leave it in the class CLA so that he not lose it. Approximately 5 to 10 minutes later, Miss F came into the classroom. Miss F prompted NC to do some work and provided him with paper. She also began his warm-up for him. We had a fire drill approximately 15 minutes into class. NC at first panicked and then calmed down. He walked with the class to the location that we were to go to for the fire drill, which was off Holmberg Road. NC stood up against the fence with his friends and was talking to them. When a car came down the street, NC decided to dart out into the road in front of the car. All the teachers yelled at him to get out of the road. NC laughed and just went back to the fence. I addressed how dangerous this was with NC, and he continued to laugh. An administrator, Ms. Hearn, came over to help address the issue. NC was asked to go with the administrator and refused to go with her. A male AP, Mr. LePatten, was called for support. He went with Mr. LePatten. I'll be issuing him a referral.
Okay. Did you document in your notes also some of his inappropriate sexual behavior?
I believe I did.
Okay, and if we could look, please, at page 14, the note from September 18th. Okay, if you could read that note for us, please.
Nick entered the class nicely, but then proceeded to panic during the fire drill. Nick was warned of the fire drill previously and had no reason to be alarmed. Nick ran out of the classroom for a minute before all the students were able to leave for the drill, and then came back in as the last student was leaving. Nick was told to walk next to me and continuously tried to walk away from me as he headed to the basketball courts. On the way to the courts, he purposely stepped on the other students' shoes, feet, and held out his arms as we crossed the courts to knock into other students. Nick was redirected several times and told to stop these actions. When waiting on the courts for the all clear whistle, Nick stuck up his middle fingers on both hands and directed them at other students across the basketball courts. Nick was told to stop immediately. Nick was also told to pull up his pants as they were sagging below his bottom. Once we all returned to the classroom, Nick was very worked up and anxious. He was looking around the room during the lesson and making obscene gestures with his pencil in his hands, sexual in content. Nick was written a referral for the obscene gestures in class and the middle finger gestures on the basketball court.
Okay, thank you. And then one more, page 24, please, from January 10th. If you could just read that note, please.
NC was not disrupted during class. However, he drew inappropriate pictures and used inappropriate language while working on a class assignment. He designed an ad and a TV commercial for a sex toy. I requested that he change his product to one that was appropriate for school, and he told me that he thought this was appropriate.
Okay. Was his behavior typical of the students in your class?
Not at all.
And did you have you ever had any students in your class behave in this way on a consistent basis?
No.
Okay. Did Nicholas seem to behave better when he had one-on-one supervision?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you page 20, the note from November 18th, please. November 18th, if you could read that.
Ms. Fondren came to class with NC today. He came in and sat down quietly. I gave him the warm-up worksheet to begin his work. He did not complete his warm-up and crinkled it up into a ball. Ms. Fondren asked him to take it out and open it up. He followed her directions and then completed some of the warm-up. Ms. F gave NC one of my pencils to use in class. He broke the eraser and picked at the wood. He also tore up one of the cards that I passed out to put the students into groups. NC did work with 2 other students and followed most of the directions in class. He did not complete all his work, but was not disruptive.
Okay. And who is Ms. Fondren?
She's the behavioral specialist.
Okay. And is she a licensed teacher?
I don't know what her license is.
Okay. Do you know if she's a specially certified ESE teacher?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. I want to look at page 23, please, the note from December 13th. Okay, if you could read the brief note from November 13th, please.
NC had a great day. Mr. Lindsay and Ms. Fondren were in my class. He participated and stayed on task.
Okay. And I would like to go to page 22, please, the note from December 4th. Now, while we're getting to that note, even with these, I'm sorry, who's Mr. Lindsay?
He was the assistant principal during this time.
Okay, so when Ms. Fondren or Mr. Lindsay would come and sit in the class with him, he would behave better, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but could he do the work at that point, or is he still not able to do the work?
I don't recall.
Okay, if we could look at the December 4th note, please, if you could read that.
NC waited out in the hallway unescorted and did not cause any problems. When he entered the classroom, 5 minutes later, Ms. Fondren came in as well. NC sat down. I gave him his warm-up activity. He began his work and did not cause any disruptions. Once we began the day's lesson, I walked over to explain what we were doing since he'd been absent the last days that we began new material. NC at first said that he didn't want my help, so I walked away. I went back to him 5 minutes later, and he was more receptive. He began doing some of his work. However, later on, when I reviewed the assignment, he had drawn a picture of a penis and wrote "F you, bitch" at the bottom of the page. NC also wrote "F you" on the desk in pen.
Okay, so he was behaved better, but he still wasn't able to complete that assignment. Is that right?
That's what it seems like, yes. I don't recall seeing him turning any work that was on an 8th grade level.
Okay. And are there more examples of these types of behaviors that we just talked about in all of the records that you, the notes that you took and the records you saved?
Yes, within my logs, yes.
Okay. Now, for the functional behavioral assessment, were you also asked to fill out a questionnaire about Nicholas?
Yes.
And were you the only teacher that filled out a questionnaire?
I don't know.
Okay. And I want to show what has already been entered into evidence from the school records, pages 1870 to 1871. I think we'll see the SBBC number. I know you have that. It'll be there when we pull it up. Can you scroll down, I'm sorry, Ms. Slide, just for a moment so we can see the SBBC number?
Well, I have
Okay.
it separate.
So it's 1824 and 1825? Okay, and if you can scroll back up. Okay, so is this the document that you filled out for his functional behavioral assessment?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read the questions and your answers, please?
What are the child's strengths, skills, and interests? Nicholas is interested in video games and science. He likes National Geographic type literature.
Okay.
In what areas does the child have difficulty? What are some of the challenges he or she faces? Nicholas has a lot of difficulty communicating his thoughts and feelings with his peers and teachers. He also struggles with writing and has a difficult time staying focused in class.
Okay.
What people, things, and activities does the child like most? He likes to play video games and joke around to get attention from other students. He appears to have a few friends in school, but he does not get along with most of the students or the faculty due to his erratic behavior. Number 4, what people, things, and activities does the child like the least? Nicholas does not like to do his language arts work and does not like to write very much because it's difficult for him. He also shows a strong dislike for following any guidelines or rules that are enforced upon him. Number 5, briefly describe the child's problematic behaviors. Nicholas has very erratic and unsettling behaviors in the classroom. For example, he will shout out and make loud noises or comments, run out of the classroom screaming, or says inappropriate comments, sexual and or violent. Nicholas has repeatedly drawn naked individuals showing all body parts and has drawn violent images, people shooting at each other. Nicholas has also skipped school, class, and wanders off throughout the day.
Okay. We could scroll down a little bit.
Number 6, what do you think causes or motivates the behavior? Example, why do they do it? Nicholas is playing inappropriate video games at home and does not understand the difference between reality and fantasy. He also likes attention from his peers and will do whatever he can to get everyone to laugh at him. When do these behaviors occur? Throughout the entire day. Where do these behaviors occur? I see them at school. However, I believe they also occur at home as well. With whom do these behaviors occur? Adults, students, teachers.
Okay.
Can you tell when the problematic behavior is going to occur? Are there any noticeable signs? When Nicholas comes to class with a lot of energy, you can tell that he's having trouble controlling himself and that you'll most likely see his problematic behavior. However, I have seen him do things out of the blue when he's sitting calmly in his seat. There are not always warning signs. What demands are placed on the child? For example, what is the child asked to do at home for parents or in the classroom for teachers? Nicholas is required to complete the same classwork as his peers. He has work to complete in his seat. Each day the assignment differs, but he's expected to complete the classwork.
Okay, and let me just
What
stop
skills?
you. I'm sorry, I just want to stop you for 1 second. When you say he's required to complete the same classwork as his peers, that includes ESE students, non-ESE students, any student in your class?
Yes.
And he completes the
They
same?
get additional, sorry.
Go ahead.
There's additional services that they can have to help them with the work, but they're expected to do the same grade level work.
Okay.
If you would continue at number 12, please.
What skills could the child benefit from learning that might help improve behavior? I believe that Nicholas lacks self-control. He would benefit from learning how to control his impulses and actions. He needs to channel energy in a different way. How do you respond to the child's problem behavior? Depending on Nicholas's actions, I usually talk to him calmly and quietly to settle him down and point out how the behavior is inappropriate. I also try to give him an example of how he can show good behavior. How do you respond to the child's positive, appropriate behavior? I offer Nicholas incentives such as candy and verbally compliment him when he is on task and doing his work. What do you think will help this child? I believe that this child needs to be in a special school with smaller classrooms and locked doors. He needs to have more one-on-one with the teacher and less distractions in a regular classroom. Nicholas shows signs of ADHD and could probably benefit from being on some medication. And it says, if necessary, please write additional comments, suggestions on a separate sheet of paper and attach it to this form. I strongly feel that Nicholas is a danger to the students and faculty at the school. I do not feel that he understands the difference between his violent video games and reality. He's constantly showing aggressive behavior and poor judgment. His drawings in class show violent acts, people shooting at each other, or creepy sexual pictures, dogs with large penises. He's pretended to masturbate in class. He uses foul language and disregards everyone around him. Nicholas has been reprimanded on many occasions, verbally, referrals, IS, etc., and continues to act in the same manner over and over again. I would like to see him sent to a facility that is more prepared and has the proper settings to deal with this type of child.
Ma'am, can you slow down, please? We have a court reporter here, and she types very, very fast, but she's having a hard time keeping up. Her fingers are cramping.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Do you want me to
that's
start?
okay.
Okay.
Maybe she can read it again slower.
Well, we can give the document to Ms. Bailey later, and she can, okay. And then if we can go down to the next page. Do you remember a Ms. Winninger?
Yes.
And who was she?
She was the reading specialist, I believe, at the time, and department chair. She was also a reading teacher.
Okay. And do you know how she worked with Nicholas?
I don't.
Okay. I mean, do you know if it was in a class or a one-on-one basis?
I don't recall.
Okay. And have you seen this document before? Maybe if you can scroll down a little bit too.
That's all recent. I don't think I've seen it back then. I don't think I saw it. No. Actually, I don't even know if I'd seen this. I don't recall this. Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember a teacher named Erica Polijenko?
Yes.
Okay. What did she teach?
She also taught reading.
And did you ever discuss Nicholas with her?
Quite often. She was in the room right next door to me.
And what did you talk about with respect to Nicholas?
Behavior problems, how we could help each other, and just what to do. We were trying to problem solve.
Okay. So did you come up with any strategies to help each other in dealing with him?
We did. We would send a student out with a note to the other teacher to call security so that it wouldn't alarm him and set him off.
Okay. Do you recall her filling out a similar form for the functional behavioral assessment?
I don't recall.
Okay. If I were to show it to you, would it maybe refresh your recollection?
Yeah, perhaps.
It's page 1874. I'll see it would be just two or three pages from hers.
I don't recall seeing these beforehand or a while ago. Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you scroll back up, please? Okay, just for a moment. No, then. So she's indicating here some of the same behaviors that you're seeing.
Yes.
And she indicates he likes the least having a negative comment or a bad grade on his work. Do you see that for number 4? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. So
Sorry,
if we could
yes.
scroll down, I'm sorry, to the bottom, please. Now, she's also asked what she thinks would help this child. Did you ever discuss any of these things with her, having him evaluated by a psychiatrist?
I don't recall specifically. We had so many conversations, so it's possible, but it was 9 years ago. I don't recall specifically what we talked about.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Also, she indicates something about looking into the trauma from his past. Do you know anything about that?
About her looking into it or about his past?
About trauma he may have suffered in the past. Did you ever?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
Seeing his father pass away.
Okay. Did you discuss with Ms. Polajenko that he needed to be transferred to a more supportive environment educationally?
I don't recall specifically, but we talked about, ways that we could manage him. So I'm sure it might have come up, but I don't specifically recall if we said that to each other. That's it. I mean, probably.
Okay. Was Mr. Cruz able to walk around the campus by himself?
At the beginning of the school year, and then it became a problem, and then he was no longer allowed to walk around by himself.
Okay. May I have just one moment?
You may.
After the functional behavioral assessment was completed, do you recall any of the behavioral suggestions that were made for Nicholas?
Some positive reinforcements and things like that they addressed. They wanted to try to give him incentives to behave well.
Okay. Okay. What happened as a result of the functional behavioral assessment, if you know?
They ended up having, I don't know what the next step was, but I believe we ended up having a meeting about him transferring to another school.
Okay. And do you know what a positive behavioral intervention plan is?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if that was created?
Yes, that was great. That's a step in between, yes, that you were mentioning, where they talked about giving him incentives, positive reinforcement to help his behavior.
Okay. Did you believe that positive behavior intervention plan was sufficient?
No.
Okay. And did you write a note about that?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember what it said?
I don't recall.
Okay. If we were to show it to you, would it maybe refresh your recollection? Okay. Can
Yes.
you show her just page 68, please? Does this look like the note that you wrote?
Yeah, those are my personal notes, yes.
Okay. Were you asked to document the behavior after the positive behavior intervention plan was created?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I was doing it anyhow, so it didn't, I was keeping a log of everything that was happening regardless. So I don't remember them specifically asking me to, I just did.
Okay. And did you ever, do you know what an ABC form is?
Yes.
Okay. And did you complete any of those with regard to Nicholas?
Yes.
Okay. And can we show her page 30, please? Is this one of those forms?
Yes,
Okay, and did you fill this one out?
yes.
Okay, so what is the A section?
The antecedents describes the activity that's happening in the classroom before the behavior comes up, before the student starts misbehaving. And then you log the behavior and then the consequence of the behavior.
Okay, so from this form, what was going on in the class when he began misbehaving?
We were discussing the Odyssey with the students, reviewing and just discussing what we read, making sure they understand it.
Okay, and what was his behavior?
He continued to make noises like a sheep and was looking around the classroom to see who was watching him.
Okay, and what were the consequences?
So we did this multiple times. He was asked to stop each time, and I ended up moving his seat so he could focus, hoping he could focus and follow along the rest of the lesson.
Okay, and did you believe that the Odyssey was a book that Nicholas would be able to read and understand?
No, it's difficult for the 8th grade level regardless, but definitely for him, I didn't think he would understand it. But that's part of the lesson, is going over comprehension and helping them understand it.
Okay. Other than Ms. Polajenko, did you discuss your concerns about Nicholas with any of the other teachers?
Yes.
And do you remember who?
Pretty much the whole team of teachers. We all discussed it multiple times at different occasions, different events that were happening. The resource teachers, system principals.
What was the response of the other teachers with regard to you voicing these concerns?
Most of the other teachers felt exactly the same way. Some were a little bit afraid to say anything or do anything, but everybody struggled with him regardless.
Okay, did you discuss, discuss your concerns about him to the ESE staff?
Yes.
And did they assist you in any way?
Some of them tried. They did what they could. They would take him into the room to work with him when they could.
Okay, and you said that Ms. Fondren would come in sometimes to assist?
Yes.
Okay, and did you ever express any concern to her about Nicholas?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember what she told you?
We had several discussions, but yes.
Okay.
She told me different ways to try and manage him at different times.
Okay, I want to show you on page 23 a note that you have from December 12th. Okay, and if you could read me the third paragraph from that note. I think we already read the first two.
Ms. Fondren came over and lectured me on how she was not my personal security guard and how she was here for the children. She then went on telling me that I should not be afraid of him and that I should stand up to him and get in his face and say, hit me, go ahead, hit me, to show him that I'm not afraid.
You need to, can you slow down, ma'am?
Ma'am, you need to slow down.
I'm sorry.
Over 300 words a minute. Please slow down. Thank you.
Should I go back?
To get in his face and say,
So if you could start reading after say, which is the first word on the fourth line.
And say, hit me, go ahead, hit me, to show him that I'm not afraid. I informed Ms. Fondren that I was not comfortable with that tactic and that I was not going to deal with NC in this manner. Ms. Fondren and I exchanged our differences in opinions and tactics, and I went back to my class.
Okay. Did you discuss your concerns about Nicholas with his ESE family counselor?
I might have. I spoke to everybody that would listen. So I spoke to a lot of people back then. I don't remember specifically if I spoke to her.
Okay. Do you remember her name?
There were several counselors. I don't.
Okay. And what about Nicholas's mother? Did you ever discuss your concerns about him with her?
Yes.
And was she receptive to your concerns?
She was. I don't think she necessarily followed through, but she listened and she understood. She just, I think, struggled with following through with consequences.
Okay. Did she appear to make excuses for his behavior?
She did at times, yes.
Okay. And I want to show you on page 13 a note from September 9th, please. Can you read that note, please?
IEP meeting, spoke to Linda about Nick's inappropriate behavior and the language he's using in his work again. Showed Linda Nick's work and explained the seriousness of it. She did not seem very concerned. She claimed that he's a boy going through puberty.
Okay. And then I want to show you on page 17. If you could just read the last paragraph, please.
Spoke to his mother on the phone about his behavior and his F in my class. Mentioned that he should have homework every night. Discussed what he does in the evenings. She's been rewarding him with the Xbox. We discussed that he should not be playing violent games and that he should be put in a different school that can help with his behavior and emotional issues. We also discussed his obsession with guns and violence. She stated that he's interested in buying a BB gun from Walmart and was asking his mom repeatedly if he could get the gun, promising that he would just shoot at trees. She told him that it was for mature 18-plus individuals only, but made it sound like there was a possibility of him getting one in the future.
Okay. And did she appear to be able to control his behavior at home?
No.
Okay, and I just want to show you one more note from November 4th at page 20. If you could just read, you can just read the third paragraph.
Went to class with Miss Reed, escorting him. I walked over to the door to give the work to Nick to have him go to Miss Searcouch's room to complete his assignment. NC proceeded to scream into the classroom at another student, F you effing rapist. He also took the book that I handed to him and threw it into the classroom. Miss Reed escorted him away from my class.
Okay, can you read the third paragraph of that, please?
I met with NC's mom during the FBA today. I informed her of what happened with NC at school during my class. She was visibly upset about his actions and is at a loss as to how to handle his behavior.
Okay. Did you discuss your concerns about Nicholas with the school administrators?
Yes.
Did they assist you in any way?
Some were very helpful and some were not.
Okay, the ones who were not helpful, what did they tell you?
That he had a right to an education and he had a right to be there just like all the other kids.
Okay. What about the ones who were helpful?
Mr. Lindsay came in and sat in my room when I was uncomfortable and didn't want to be alone. He would come walk in and sit there and work out of my classroom to watch to make sure everything was okay.
Okay. Did you reach out to anyone outside of the school for assistance?
I did.
And who was that?
I reached out to the BTU attorney to see what my rights were. I'm sorry.
That's okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to see what my rights were as a teacher in the classroom and the students' rights regarding safety.
And what is the BTU?
The Broward Teachers Union.
Okay, so you reached out to him to see what your rights were with regard to what?
To him being in the classroom environment and if he could be removed from the school and, what the procedures were and, things like that.
Okay. Did Mr. Cruz's behavior scare you?
At times, yes.
Do you know if he scared the other students?
I believe at times he did, yes.
And I think you mentioned earlier you thought he might be trying to get himself kicked out of West Glades Middle. Why do you think he wanted to be kicked out of that school?
I just think he wasn't happy there. I don't know that I had any real true friends. It was hard for him to do the work.
Okay, and when you documented this behavior and you tried to discuss this with anybody that would listen, what was it you were trying to do?
I was trying to get him help and make sure that the environment was safe for the students in the classroom.
And why is that?
It didn't feel safe
Okay.
for anyone there.
And what about for Nicholas? What did you think needed to happen?
He needed to be in a different environment that could help him psychologically and with his education as well, just in every way.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
Ma'am, I asked you earlier about why you saved all of this documentation. And you gave a deposition in this case, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and do you recall being asked about that in your deposition?
yes.
Okay, and do you,
Objection, I mean, is she impeaching her own witness?
I'm not impeaching her, I'm asking her if she remembers being asked.
You need to ask open-ended questions.
What did you say was the reason in the deposition, if you remember?
I don't remember specifically, but I was afraid it was going to get lost, that the material was going to disappear. I was, trying to provide it to everybody so that we could take some action, and I didn't want anything going missing. I wanted to keep a record of what was happening every day. There was a lot happening.
Okay, you had a concern that somehow your documentation would get misplaced?
Sustained.
Been
Okay,
asked
I don't have
and
any-
Answered.
Okay, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a lunch recess. I understand that yesterday I did not give you enough time. I apologize. I know it takes a considerable amount of time for all of you to get all the way out and get all the way back in through security. So I am going to give you more time today. It's 12:30. If you would please be back here at, by a show of hands, is another 15 minutes, is an hour and a half enough? Yes? Okay. If you would please be back at 2 o'clock, I would appreciate it. Please do not discuss the case with anyone, and please leave your notepads behind. Ms. Yan, we are in recess until 2 o'clock. You obviously don't need to sit here on the Zoom. However, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone while we are on the break. And if you would log back in maybe 5 minutes to 2, that would be helpful so we can start right at 2 o'clock.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Okay, lawyers, if there's going to be any of the issues that were raised previously about the cross-examination, please be back at 1:45. Maybe you all should just be back at 1:45 in case there's anything to discuss, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Present. Before we start, I'm going to go over a few things.
Judge, can you please wait for Mr. Secor and Ms. Curtis?
Where are they? It's 1:58.
And then return.
Judge, I'm being told, I hope it's not accurate, that this is a Zoom witness for the defense. We have to share. They have it on their computer, and they're not willing to.
Okay.
We want to show a record.
Just hold on a second, because before we start anything, I have some things that I need to say. And I want everybody to be present, and I want everybody to be listening, everybody to stop talking and stop what they're doing. Okay, this whole situation here has become unprofessional, to say the least. There should be, when I say court is back in session, every lawyer should be in their seats and paying attention. The fact that I have to ask multiple times whether one particular side is ready and no one's hearing me because you all are talking to each other is rude. It's rude and it's unacceptable. There needs to be, everybody needs to be in their seat, everybody needs to be quiet. You all have computers, you can be instant messaging one another or passing notes and occasionally talking, or if you need to talk to your client. But there's constant talking, there's constant movement, there's printing, there's getting up and down. It's got to stop. This is a courtroom, it needs to run like a courtroom. It's become somewhat of a playground, okay? I don't want anyone talking back and forth to one another. It's inappropriate. You all know better than that. Don't do it. Do not shout out, okay? If there are technical difficulties, everyone needs to be quiet, because what's happening is somebody's trying to help over here, somebody's trying to help over here, this one gets up, and then all of a sudden it's a free-for-all. This is a courtroom. It should be run in a professional and respectable manner. There should be no shouting out. This needs to be as quiet as a library. There's no printing. Again, when I'm talking, everyone else needs to be quiet and to be seated. And when there's an objection made, everybody needs to stop talking. I don't want any further rude or disrespectful behavior. It's gotten quite out of control. Please do not move about this courtroom without asking permission. Now, I have never been one of those judges that requires, judge, permission to do this, permission to do that. But I don't think I have a choice in this matter. Please do not get up out of your seat unless you either have an emergency or you ask permission. With that being said, Mr. Marcus, you wanted to bring something to my attention.
Yes, as the court knows, the defense and we agreed to use Zoom, and there's documents being shown to the witness, to the jury. It's through a computer system.
Okay.
That we're doing this, and I'm being told that the defense is not going to give us access to the document during cross. I hope this is not true. I hope the message got mixed up.
Okay, before I ask the defense, who is the point person? And again, one lawyer per side, per issue. So who is my point person on this issue?
I can handle it.
Well, it's up to you. I just don't want more than one person arguing at once. So, Ms. McNeil, you're going to be the point person.
Okay.
I'm asking.
Sure.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Marcus is talking about?
I know that they didn't ask us if we would share our Zoom link in the documents, but if they want us to, we certainly can.
Okay, there's your answer. They're happy to share the documents.
Thank you.
Okay? Is there anything else?
Yes, Judge, we have one matter we need to bring
Okay.
to attention. Judge, the defense is respectfully requesting a 24-hour recess. During lunch, we were downstairs pre-trying our afternoon witness, Mr. Jack Vasey, who is the vice principal of West Glades Middle School. And during that pre-trial conference, we were advised that this morning, the morning of his testimony, he received a phone call from Christopher Whitelock. Christopher Whitelock is an attorney here in Broward County. He represents Jeff Morford, he represents Ty Thompson, he represents other members or other employees of the district that were working at MSD at the time of the shooting. During the conversation, and Mr. Vasey is a personal friend of Mr. Whitelock's. During that conversation that Mr. Vasey was having with Mr. Whitelock, he called Mr. Marcus and three-wayed him on the call, where Mr. Marcus was introduced as the state attorney in the prosecution of Nicholas Cruz. And at that point, Mr. Marcus and Mr. Whitelock advised that Mr. Marcus was a friend of his, and then they said to him that they had concerns about his testimony today and how it could impact the district and how it could impact the individuals that work for the district.
Talk to me, please.
At this point, Mr. Vasey felt very nervous and very uncomfortable, nervous like any witness that's coming in here to testify after this phone call, and he got the impression he felt like they were trying to prohibit him from testifying. So based on this, the defense is asking for a 24-hour recess. I have secured an affidavit from Mr. Vasey. We need to file a motion to disqualify or to prohibit the imposition of the death penalty or the state seeking the death penalty based on prosecutorial misconduct, and we will be seeking remedies. We're not exactly sure what those remedies will be, and then we will be consulting to see if who we need to talk to, if it's an outside prosecutor's office, to investigate the possibility of witness tampering. This gentleman was forthcoming and told us this morning. We haven't been asking our witnesses if they have in fact been contacted by the state attorney's office about what they were going to testify and the implications of their testimony, but we are aware that this happened this morning, the morning of this gentleman's testimony. So the defense needs opportunity to file pleadings. So we're asking for a 24-hour recess, please.
Okay, that's denied.
Okay, Judge, I need 20 minutes to go downstairs, please. I'm telling you that the defense believes that the state of Florida
I understand what you're saying, but there's no reason why we have to recess for the day. There's no reason we need to delay. You have all of next week to file it. What's the difference between filing it right now, this minute, and next week?
Because, Judge, it's a motion to prohibit the death penalty.
I understand that.
We need to focus on that. I mean, I'm sorry, I would assume that you would be outraged by this conduct, like the defense is, and we just need an opportunity to review all the information.
You can do that after court. You can make the motion now, I'll defer on it, and you can file your pleading at a later time.
Judge, I'm asking for 20 minutes so I can go back downstairs to my office.
Your Honor, I feel compelled. This is totally not true. I did have a conversation with him. I called his lawyer, asked him if I can speak to his client, and we spoke about what his testimony would be. Mr. Whitelock heard the conversation. I have every confidence Mr. Whitelock would think it was an appropriate conversation. It was merely what are you going to testify to, and some questions about his role as principal. This is absolutely untrue.
Okay, I'm denying the request. I'm not continuing the matter. We're going to go forward, and you can file whatever motions that you need to file.
Your Honor, I'm asking for 20 minutes to go downstairs to my office, please. I'd also like to give the court the signed affidavit from Jack Vasey. I understand that Mr. Marcus is in disagreement with what this witness is saying.
Okay, we're in the middle of the witness, Miss Yan.
No,
We have a jury waiting. I want to finish Miss Yan. We'll take a recess after her testimony, at which time you can feel free to go down to your office. We'll take a 15-minute recess, and you can go there then. But I'm not going to hold up Ms. Yan or the jury at this time. I want to finish this witness.
That's fine, then I can run down after the phone.
Okay, are both sides ready to bring in the jury? State,
State's ready, Your Honor.
defense?
We're ready, I'm sorry. Is everything set up? Okay. Okay.
I only went about 7 pages, so, okay.
All right, let's bring them in. Do you want
Mr. Sachs, you want to write me?
This is happening again.
Oh, sorry.
Please.
You're just trying to streamline.
I understand, but there's like 3 people talking from the side. And what happens is, whether you all realize it or not, and then everybody starts talking, and then it becomes, when I have to actually rule on something, there's 5 or 7 different sides coming at me, and it's too much. So please. I'm sorry? The jurors are not ready yet. What? Show me. Go ahead. We have a few jurors running late. We are still in session while we wait for them. I will keep you all apprised.
Judge, may I have permission to get some evidence from?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Yes,
may I have permission to get something out of my bag, please?
you may.
Your Honor, can I get up and give him this note?
Yes.
Judge, I just wanted to add one additional thing while we're waiting for the
Sure.
jury, if I may. Mr. Marcus just made a representation that Mr. Whitelock was Jack Basie's attorney. He is not his attorney.
Well, I believed he was his attorney, and so I called, and he said he was.
guys are entering?
Okay, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are present. Everyone else may be seated. And let me just make sure. Miss Yan, are you able to hear me? Miss Yan, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, and are you able to see the defendant, Mr. Cruz?
I was. Now I see you, but I was able to.
Okay, can we switch so that she can see the...
Oh, there we go.
Okay,
Yes.
and Mr. Cruz, can you see the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Miss Yan. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Okay. You hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So I'm only going to ask you a couple questions, okay? So the first question, you mentioned that when you first met the defendant, that was like what, August the 29th, 2013? Was that your first class with him?
Yes.
Okay. So how long after that first class did you felt uncomfortable in his presence?
Pretty immediately. I don't remember the exact date, that was 9 years ago, but
No, I understand.
as soon as school started, it was very immediate that I felt uncomfortable.
Okay, in the first couple days, would that be reasonable to say?
Yes.
Okay. And he knew that you were uncomfortable in his presence, didn't he?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't
soon...
know,
Go ahead.
maybe later on, but in the
Okay.
beginning, I don't know if he knew.
Okay. But soon after you had that feeling of being uncomfortable, it developed into you being physically afraid of him, correct?
At times, yes,
Okay. Well, once would be enough, wouldn't it?
absolutely.
Okay. So if you were afraid of me, you'd be afraid of me, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be off and on.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
When you're acting out.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And in the beginning, what was the first thing that you noticed that he was disrespectful to you personally?
I don't remember the first, I'd have to go back to my log and look at like the first thing I logged and wrote down, but I just remember him being defiant all the time and constantly being disruptive in the classroom in the beginning. It was just constant disruption and constant inappropriate language.
Okay. And how about towards you? You said he cursed at you. When was the first time he cursed at you?
Again, I'd have to look at the log to see the date, but it was very early in the year.
Okay. And do you remember, how long had you been teaching at that time?
About 3 years, maybe?
Okay. Had you ever had a student curse at you before?
No,
Okay.
not that I could recall.
Okay. And do you remember that first curse? What was the first curse?
I don't remember. I'd have to, look back and see.
Okay. You said, and I'm just going to use the letters, MF. So he called you an MF?
Oh, yeah, probably. I mean, if I wrote it down in the log, it's accurate.
Okay.
I wrote that every day as it happened.
Okay. And how did you feel when he called you an MF?
Offended, uncomfortable, shocked that
Okay.
a student would even be bold enough to do that or say that.
And was that before or after he threatened you about his grades?
I don't recall again exactly the order of it, because I don't know exactly when he threatened the grades, but I assume that was probably later on that he threatened the grades. It wasn't, in the very beginning, I know he was saying things, so I don't know exactly the time frame on dates, because there were a lot of things.
Did the cursing get more frequent?
Yes.
Did it get more confrontational?
Yes.
Okay. And it finally developed into some physical fear, not just because you're afraid of him, but he lunged at you. You had testified to Ms. Curtis. He lunged at you.
Yes.
How soon after, classes started on August the 29th, 2013, did he lunge at you?
Again, I'd have to look at the date on the log.
Okay. Was it a progression? Do you feel uncomfortable? Then you feel physically afraid, right?
Yes.
Then he cursed
Yes,
at you?
absolutely.
Cursed at you?
It got worse.
And then it became more and more?
Yes.
And then it became, up to now, it's physical aggression, right?
Yes, it's definitely progressed like that.
Okay. And do you remember the situation where he lunged at you?
Very vague. It was almost like he was joking, but yet not. It was like let's see how she reacts, but, still very offensive. But that's all I remember.
Okay. And do you remember, and you described a little bit to Ms. Curtis, about him grabbing the phone from you when you were calling security?
Yes.
How did that go down?
When I was trying to call security to have him removed, he obviously didn't want me to and didn't want to deal with security, so he grabbed the phone so that I couldn't contact them.
Okay. And he banged the phone? Is that what he did?
He did.
Okay. And so, as a result of that, you were afraid to be alone in your classroom with him alone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you felt that he posed a physical threat to you, didn't you?
Yes, and to the students in the classroom.
Right. And on top of the verbal disrespect and the cursing, and on top of the physical aggression, there were some drawings that you obtained, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Could you didn't explain, how did you get in possession of the drawings?
It was on his assignments. So I started collecting his work at the end of each class period to keep it because he kept losing it, misplacing it, or he would turn it in. It was work he turned in to be graded.
Okay. Was it the first assignment that you picked up that you noticed curse words and racial figures and things like that, or was it later on?
There was some inappropriate stuff on the initial work, and then there was more inappropriate stuff later on.
Okay.
It progressed. It got worse.
Okay. I want to, show you this in your packet that you preserved, the packet, the 145 pages. I want to show you page 135. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Slide, if you could, please. Thank you, ma'am. Miss Yan, can you see that okay?
Yes, I can.
Miss Sly, could you slide it up a teeny bit? Just a little bit. And now a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Okay, so do you remember how you got this document?
There was like a spiral bound notebook. You can see there where they were
Right.
supposed to be writing.
Right.
So this, I collected it. Yeah.
Okay. Because it doesn't look, was it part of an assignment?
It looks like it was probably part of a prompt they had to respond to and write. We did a lot of writing in a notebook that we would keep. And so this looks like it was probably a prompt that he was supposed to respond to.
Okay.
And then I would collect it and grade it.
Okay. Miss Sly, would you go all the way down and to the top so I can see the top? That's good. Thank you, ma'am. It says, Is that persuasive writing? Can you make what that is?
No, persuasive writing tells the writer.
Option?
Yeah, an opinion. I think it's supposed to be opinion and why the reader. This looks like we were defining probably what persuasive writing is, and then they were probably supposed to give an example.
Okay. Do you have any idea why he would write FU on that?
No.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Slide, page 128, if you would, please, ma'am. Can you see that okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so Ms. Slide, could you now slide that up? So, okay, that's great. Thank you, ma'am. So what is this, Ms. Yan?
It looks like at the top there were swastikas, and now down here there's shooting at people.
Yeah, but how did you get, what is this document that he's?
Okay, this is part of a springboard like textbook that they write in, and it's an assignment.
Okay, it had nothing to do with guns or shooting people? Or anything about
nope,
World War II?
Yeah. No. Correct, it had nothing to do with guns or shooting people, it had to do with school uniforms and dress code.
Okay. And I think there's a little bit more. Ms. Sly, could you slide it up, please, a little bit more? Thank you, ma'am. Okay, but nothing to do with the assignment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Sly, page 116, please. Okay, that's good. So this doesn't look like an assignment. How did you get this? How did you obtain it?
I don't recall what this was, but it was probably it probably was supposed to be an assignment, and it's definitely not, obviously, an assignment that we would do in class. But again, it's in his spiral notebook. So we were probably taking notes or writing, and this is what he chose to write.
Okay, and how did you get it? He handed this in?
I collected it, all his stuff I started collecting, so I would have just collected it. So he would have known I was going to see this.
Up a little bit, Ms. Sly, please. Okay, thank you. And you have no idea anything to do with the assignment, correct?
Definitely does not have to do with any assignment we were doing.
So you see this, what do you do? What do you think? What is this?
It's very disturbing. I recorded it, and I reported it along with everything else to administration and to anyone that would listen. Time.
Okay. So now your fear level's increasing. You had, verbal curse words and physical aggression, and now writings of aggression, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so your fear is rising?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Sly, 139, please. Okay, this doesn't look like an assignment unless I'm wrong. What is this?
It is. I mean, it's an assignment on the paper. It's the same thing as from a springboard book where they write in. Mm-hmm. It's a book that they can write and put notes in and things, but obviously he's not doing the assignment.
Okay. Ms. Sly, could you run it up a little bit?
It's reference to articles about the uniform essay. They're supposed to read, to refer to write the essay.
Okay. Okay. And Ms. Sly, 103, please. And I think the next 4 pages I'm going to show you discussed with Ms. Curtis about an assignment about planning your persuasive advertisement. So
Yes.
this page, Ms. Sly, if you could run through this and then, please. That's good. Sex boat wasn't the topic, obviously, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Ms. Sly, page 140. And is that all part of that one assignment?
No, this is a separate worksheet for vocabulary.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Sly, can I go to 106, please? And what's this? Let me see.
It looks like it's still part of that persuasive advertisement that they were supposed to come up with. He was still working on that and fixated on that idea.
Okay. All right. So, when you received this as part of that one assignment, did you say, hey, this is inappropriate, write another one?
Absolutely. Multiple times.
And did he?
No.
Okay. All right. And you had mentioned Mr. Lindsay. So Mr. Lindsay was the assistant principal, Antonio Lindsay, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he was very helpful to you with dealing with Nicholas Cruz, correct?
He was.
And you felt he was fantastic, right?
I did.
Okay. All right. So when Mr. Lindsay came into your class, Nicholas Cruz didn't misbehave at all, did he?
Not that I recall. He was much better. He controlled himself.
Okay. He controlled
until Mr. Lindsay left, and then he would make comments and go back to how he was.
Okay. So then when Mr. Lindsay left, he did whatever he wanted.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you made the comment, this was all about him, meaning Nicholas Cruz. It was all about him, right?
Yes. I felt like that every day in class.
Okay. And he can control himself when he wanted to.
Yes.
Okay. And when Ms. Fondren was in there, he could control himself too, correct?
Yes.
And you had mentioned to Ms. Curtis that the defendant didn't like West Glades, right? And he didn't want to be there. And Amy Nast was your ESE specialist?
There were several, but yes, Amy Nast was one of the ESE specialists.
Okay. And do you remember her telling you that when she asked him what he'd be rather doing than be going to West Glades Middle School, he said, I would rather be on the street killing animals and setting fires. Do you remember Amy Nast telling you that?
I don't remember that conversation, but Amy Nast and I worked very close together and tried to help each other a lot and talked a lot about what was going on with him, so that I don't remember that specific conversation because we talked a lot.
Okay. And the more and more you got to know the defendant, the more you realized how intentional his acts were, correct?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. And when a topic would come up in your class, you only had him for language arts, right?
Correct.
Okay. But when a topic would come up that he would be interested in, remember Abraham Lincoln? When you were talking about Abraham Lincoln, he was interested in that, right? What kind of gun was used, how much blood, what they do with the body. He was focused on that, wasn't he?
Anytime something came up that had to do with any sort of violence in any way, he would be very attentive.
Okay. And so, and he understood the cause and effect of his actions, didn't he?
I believe so.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about, some of the other kids in your class. You were concerned about the students and their safety, correct?
Correct.
And you observed in that, in that 145-page, call it your notes that you accumulated about this matter. You mentioned that, you were concerned about the safety of your students, that Nicholas Cruz would fire spitballs at them, correct?
Yes.
And he would shoot rubber bands at them, right?
Yes. Throw things.
Yeah, throw things, stick his foot in the door so they couldn't get in.
Yes.
You'd be surprised why somebody like that wouldn't have a lot of friends, wouldn't you? Okay. In fact, he threatened one of the kids, right? I'm going to attack you, I'm going to beat your ass. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so he was the one, in fact, pushing kids in the hallway,
Yes.
purposely bumping into kids in the hallway.
Yes.
So there's a good example of being a bully, correct?
Yes. He was not kind to other kids.
Okay. Did you ever see him being bullied?
I didn't see it.
Okay. But you saw him bullied, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Yan. I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect?
Yes.
Would you say that most of your students over the years you've been at Westglades were relatively good students?
Yes.
Did well academically,
Yes.
behaviorally?
Yes.
Okay. And in all your years of teaching, have you had kids who misbehave in your class?
Yes. I've had some.
Okay. And have you written kids other than Nicholas referrals?
Very few.
Okay.
But I have. Very few.
Okay. And have you ever had any kids in your class suspended?
Maybe, but I don't know if it was because of my referrals per se, because there's a discipline matrix. So it depends on how many referrals they have in their history. So I've had kids suspended, but it isn't necessarily because of me.
Okay. In your teaching experience, have you taught kids with ADHD?
Yes.
Okay. Have you taught kids who are taking medication for that during school?
Yes.
In your opinion, was Nicholas different from all of that?
Yes.
There was no one like him ever before and ever since in your teaching experience, right?
Yes. That I've had in my class. Yes.
Okay. Is it your opinion then there was something more than ADHD there?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you became afraid of him, right?
Yes.
And having him in your class was very distressing to you?
Very much so.
Okay. And for a long time you were asking to have him removed from your class?
Yes.
And you were also advocating to have him removed from the school, right?
Yes. Mostly from the school. I didn't want him going from my class to another teacher's class. It's not fair. So I was trying to get him out of the school, especially for the kids.
Okay. And part of what you were asking for was to have him sent to another school, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the reason you believed Nicholas needed to be at another school?
He couldn't function in the general population. He couldn't function in that environment. And I didn't feel like it was safe for him to be in that environment for anyone.
What did you feel that he needed?
More attention, less students, more supervision.
Okay. May I have a moment?
You may.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you so much, Ms. Yan.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Yan. You are excused. Thank you for your patience.
I have a question. Am I still sequestered?
No, you're excused from your testimony as a witness in this case, okay?
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a short recess so that I can discuss some matters with the lawyers before the next witness. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves and leave your notepads behind. Okay, we're in recess for 15 minutes. It's 2:40, so we'll be back at 2:55.
Judge, can we have 30 minutes, please? It takes us 12 minutes to walk back to our office.
No, the jury just came back. We've only been in session for 15 minutes. You had an hour and a half lunch break.
Judge, we were in the process of having the witness tell us what happened and then formulating an affidavit for prosecutorial.
I understand, and I've already explained to you that I don't believe that that situation is urgent, that you can file that at any time. I will defer ruling. I'm not going to discuss this again. We're recessing for 15 minutes.
Your Honor, may I see the affidavit?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. some of them. The defendant is present. Bring the jury in.
I have to point out to the court at this point, defense does not have a qualified attorney to be present in the court. We would ask.
Well, we're going to bring the jury in, and we're going to wait for your qualified attorney to get here because it's been 15 minutes. It's been actually 16 minutes. I told her 15, and we're not going to wait.
Mr. Wheeler, you need to message her that we're
Judge.
starting.
I'm not sure if she got my text. May I step outside the call?
You can, actually, no, the jurors are there. Please do. Bring them in, please.
Jurors are entering.
All right, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. We're just waiting on one of the attorneys. Okay, all attorneys are present. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense needs access to the record. I can do it in front of the jury if you like.
You can put it on the record sidebar. White noise, please.
something briefly?
Sure. And in the meantime, defense, please call your next witness. Person can be coming in while you're printing, okay? Thank you.
John Vesey.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down and be seated. Please speak into the microphone that's directly in front of you, the stationary microphone. State your full name and spell your last name for the record.
John N. Vesey, V as in Victor, E-S-E-Y.
Sir, would you, I don't know if you're able to, but if you could just scoot up a little bit more, or the mic, it's the stationary mic. There's another one, I know it makes it a little confusing. And you said V-E-S-E-Y?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being here. Where are you currently employed?
I'm actually retired. I work as a guardian ad litem, actually as I volunteer as a guardian ad litem, but I'm retired.
Okay. And how long have you done that?
About 2.5 years.
What is a guardian ad litem?
Well, basically I assist kids who have been placed into foster care and guide them through their ordeal and their situation.
And how many children have you served in the time that you've been a guardian ad litem?
I have 5 students, or 5 children.
Okay.
I currently now have 3. 2 of them were released last week.
And what did you retire from?
Well, so I retired from the school board of Broward County after 35 years in 2016, and then I served as the executive director for COPA, which is the Confidential Office Personnel Association, for 5 years. I was their executive director. I represented 345 office managers in the school system.
And when you retired in 2016, what was your position with the school board?
I retired as the principal from West Glades Middle School.
And how long did you serve as the principal of West Glades Middle School?
7 years.
So from 2009?
2009 to 2016.
Okay. And what did you do before you became the principal at West Glades Middle School?
I was the principal at Cypress Run Education Center in Pompano Beach. I was there for 4 years.
And what is Cypress Run Educational Center?
There are a series of disciplinary centers in the county. There are 3 of them. Cypress Run is the North Area Disciplinary Center.
So who would attend Cypress Run?
Students that were having problems in their assigned schools, kids who had been in lieu of expulsion from school, they would come to Cypress Run for a period of a year or more.
And is Cypress Run the same kind of school as Cross Creek?
No, it is not. Cypress Run is more of a disciplinary center. Cross Creek is a school for emotionally handicapped children.
And while you were the principal at Cypress Run, did you make any changes in the way that the school was run?
Pretty soon after getting involved as their principal, one of the things I found was the need for a lot more emotional support for the kids. And through a period of the 4 years that I was there, We hired 2 family counselors, doctoral level family counselors, to assist the kids in navigating both their, personal life and their education.
And why did you believe it was important to have this mental health support in the school?
Yeah, well, because the kids needed it. It was clear, very evident that the conduct disorder children or kids with behavioral issues have a lot more underlying issues than just, doing stupid things. There are antecedents causing it.
Okay. And did you make any other changes to the program?
Well, one of the other pieces that we brought in was a relationship with Smith Community Health. We needed to have some assistance with some of the kids needed medications and needed to be monitored more closely than what was happening in their prior situations.
Okay. I want to talk to you about your experience as a middle school principal. What generally are challenges for students entering middle school from elementary school?
So I started out as a middle school band director, actually, and also spent 7 years or 8 years as an assistant principal at the middle level, and then 7 years at Westglades as a principal. I'd often tell parents that they're going to go through a period of time where this is basically 90% emotional, these 12 to 14-year-olds, and academics is important, but it's tough. And so that is the struggle that we've all been through puberty and dealt with those challenges of growing up, and 12 to 14 is a tough time for kids.
And did you do anything at Westglades to try to make that transition a little easier for some of the students?
Well, one of the things that we weren't alone as a middle school in doing this, but we really tried to establish a strong matriculation process from the elementary school to the middle school, both with ESE kids with learning issues and things of that nature. And that was done through the ESE specialists at both the elementary levels and at the middle school level. We would communicate early on in the year, like the 5th graders coming into 6th grade, as well as articulate to the high school as well. But it was more so elementary to middle.
Did you find there to be particular challenges for ESE students coming into the 6th grade?
Yeah, yes, there were definitely particular challenges, and depending on what their issues are that they bring into the table.
Okay, so they were receiving a lot of support in elementary school. Were they able to receive as much support in middle school?
That was the challenge that we were up against, especially kids coming from a school that was elementary school cluster programs, be it in emotionally handicapped or autistic clusters. There was more support at the elementary level than what was being offered at the middle school level.
Okay. Do you know Nicholas Cruz?
Yes, I do know.
And how do you know him?
He was a student at Westglades.
Okay. And do you remember him?
I do. I do remember him, yes.
Okay. I'll show you.
Yes.
Do you mind if I lower down the computer screen?
No, I don't want to go. Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 4Z and 5Y for identification. Can you take a look at these and tell me if you recognize them?
Yeah, they're definitely mixed.
So these pictures are Nicholas Cruz?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Judge, I would ask that these be entered into evidence. 4Z and 5Y.
State, do you have any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, without objection, defense exhibit 4Z for identification will be received as defense 79, and defense, you said 5Y, right?
I believe so.
5Y will be received as defense 80.
May I have permission to publish my remarks?
You may.
Did you deal directly with Nicholas when he was at the school?
At times, yes.
And what did you know about him coming into West Glades from Coral Springs Elementary School?
So we had a process at West Glades on a weekly basis. The guidance department and the administrators would meet usually on Tuesday mornings. And so we would have, for lack of an agenda, of names of kids that were working through issues that we were dealing with at the school, things of that nature. And in the spring of the year before he came to us, he came to our attention because he was being matriculated to West Glades Middle School.
Okay. And when did you first begin having contact with him? Was it right away?
Well, I can't give you a specific date, but it was probably within the first quarter, second quarter. The way we structured it, if students were in a situation they were struggling in a classroom, there are some middle schools that would have what's called an internal suspension program. We opted not to do that. I didn't think it was a good use of money. We did not have that many behavioral issues at West Glades that warranted setting a teacher's salary aside for that. So I held it my assistant principal's responsibilities to handle those kids in their office if it was needed. And I'm sure that's where I first became acquainted with Nicholas Cruz.
Okay. And were you aware of the areas in which he was struggling at your school?
Well, that's part of the conversation in our meetings that we would have on a weekly basis. And I was also in the practice of reviewing both the CUME folder of kids as well as their IEPs. So yes, I was.
Okay. And as you got to know him, did he seem different than other kids to you?
He seemed much more needy than other kids, for sure.
Okay. And how about socially? How was he socially?
That was his biggest issue, was the social interactions with kids and things of that nature. Initially, it wasn't, there's always a bit of a honeymoon period when they come into a new school, especially as, West Glades was not a small school. It was easily twice the size, if not 3/4 the size of, or 2/3 the size of the school that came from, Coral Springs Elementary.
Okay. Did you believe Nicholas was being bullied at the school?
I think he believed he was being bullied at the school. I don't think that the issues that we were seeing were manifest as bullying per se. I think it was more really significant attention-seeking behaviors.
Okay. And did you know his brother when his brother attended West Glades?
Yeah, I knew him not well. He did not present himself as much as his brother. Nick. His brother did not present himself as much as Nick.
Did you ever see the two of them interacting at the school?
Very little, really. Although, I was not in classrooms all the time and things like that, and I don't believe they were in classrooms together.
Okay. And did you believe that Nicholas was bullying other kids in the school?
I did not see that or hear that. Back in the day, I don't think there was as big a bullying attention to it from a documentation standpoint and things of that nature. But his mother did present to us some problems between the two boys, for sure, at home.
Okay. And just give me one moment. I just want to publish the photos while we talk. Were you aware of how he did academically at Westglades Middle School?
Yeah,
And how
he
was that?
struggled significantly.
Okay. Was he successful in any of his classes as far as you know?
I don't have his report cards in front of me. He was not successful in core subjects at all.
Do you know whether he put in any effort to be successful?
Yeah, I think he did what he could to put in effort on it, but I think it was, his disabilities were definitely in the areas of reading and reading comprehension, and so he really struggled, especially at a school the caliber of Westglades.
Okay, and what do you mean by that when you say the caliber of Westglades?
So Westglades, if you were, principals are competitive, right? So there was always that school down south that always irked us out, just beat us out a little bit on test scores. So, we were always number two, always striving for number one. But we were one of the highest performing middle schools in the state, and, very high socioeconomic community.
Okay, did that make Nicholas's failures stick out even more?
Well, I think it was really, when you see kids being very successful throughout and you're not, I think that's difficult, very difficult.
Okay. What about behaviorally? How did he do behaviorally at Westglades?
Well, he did an incredible, awful lot of attention-seeking things, really, disgusting, vulgarities all over the place, leaving classrooms not in the designated areas where he should be, and that's just to name a few. I mean, it was very difficult.
Okay, and were you aware of all of his violent writings and drawings?
Those would come up throughout our support staff meetings, and on those Tuesdays, I did actually see some of the notebooks and things of that nature, yes.
And what did that tell you about him?
That he was much more needy student than any other kid that I had ever seen, really, to be honest with you. And I had seen a lot of difficult kids through my 35 years in education.
Did you know about his obsession with video games?
Through his mom and through our support staff meetings, his mom was very clear with she was always looking for help. It was a difficult situation, and she would, I remember Diane speaking to us about how we would punch holes in walls at the home because you get frustrated with the video games and things of that nature.
So what were your impressions of Mrs. Cruz?
That she was a woman who was doing everything she knew how to in order to get help for both boys. She did not ever say no to any support. Both Henderson and I believe Smith was also, they were involved in the school, in the home, in support with different counselors and things of that nature throughout the years.
Okay. Do you know if he was taking medication?
I believe, yes, he was taking medications. It was not easy to get him to take his medications regularly, which is why, at centers it's a little bit more controlling in that regard. But yes, he was on meds.
Okay, so, and you just said at a center, it's a little easier to have control over that? Do you mean like
Well,
at Cross Creek?
Yeah, well, yeah, and, or at Cypress Run. When you have 150 kids versus 1,600, it's a completely different environment, as well as all the support that comes with it.
Okay. Overall, how would you describe his behavior?
Somewhat explosive in classrooms, seemed to be really attention-seeking, more so than anything, always trying to get rise out of kids. Fortunately, the students at Westglades were, how would I say it? They understood, and they didn't provoke. Because, in some other schools, doing the things he did, kids would react much more aggressively, and they didn't at Westglades.
Were there times or classes, as far as you know, where his behavior was worse than others?
Well, yeah, it's documented in his reading classes and his language arts classes. Those are the two areas that he was most deficient in. So, if you're deficient, you're going to want to get out of those settings. You don't want to, and he would do everything he could to do that.
Do you know how his teachers felt with him in there?
Well, yeah, some of them were afraid of Nick. Comes right down to it. They were afraid of him. And, one of them in particular was a very religious woman. So to hear the things that would come out of his mouth really upset her. It upset, and to have teachers don't sign up for this. They sign up to do good and to help. And when that stuff's going down, I had a lot of conversations in my office and in the halls with them, just trying to let them understand we're going to get through this.
Would you say that over the 2.5 years he was at Westglades, his behavior improved, worsened, stayed the same?
It deteriorated significantly.
Were you aware of him being referred to the Promise program at some point?
Well, yes, and the Promise program, from a theoretical standpoint, was a good concept. I had just left the disciplinary centers when they were instituting that program at actually I think it was Pine Ridge is where it was for our kids. And so the idea was to do exactly, get them the support, the family counseling support, attention, if they had issues of attendance and things like that, sort of a much more full service environment. So from that standpoint, it could be good. The problem that arose throughout the district was that the transportation part was a challenge, and it was, as well was the number of kids that were being referred to the program. So when you have an issue with a kid on a Friday, you want them in that program by that Monday in order to get a little bit of time out, if you will, and get some help for the kid. And when you are in a situation where it's 2 or 3 days before they get into that program, that's a challenge as well. So I applauded the program. I thought it had good possibilities, but from the day to day, it wasn't really as effective. And in Nick's case, I don't believe he actually ever went. I think he was assigned to it, but then you've got to get on the bus, you got to go down there. I don't believe he ever actually got there. Could be wrong. It's a long time ago.
Okay, could you just briefly explain to us what the Promise program is?
So basically, it's a way in which instead of suspending kids and putting them out on the streets without supervision, it is a way to get them additional support in a school setting where they're actually getting their assignments sent to them from the teachers at the home school, and then they would be sent to the teacher assisting in the Promise program, and then that paperwork would then be sent back. So it's a way to maintain some of the academic focus, but also give them some good help with the challenges emotionally or behaviorally that they're having.
Okay. And do you know what would happen if they didn't go?
They'd end up, it would be a 3-day suspension on their record, or however many day it would occur. And for ESC students, that was a challenge, because, you cannot suspend the kids. I believe it's 10 days throughout a school year. And so if a kid is really difficult, you're running into a challenge with that very quickly.
Okay. And do you know what he did at Westglades to be referred to that program?
No, not it. Usually it's a culmination of a number of referrals. I don't know exactly what it was at this particular situation, though.
Okay. Did you know at the time that he engaged in several behaviors that would have made him eligible for that program?
Yeah, it wasn't. It made sense to try this out as an option for assistance.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you realize that he needed to be in a different academic environment?
Yeah, we were there pretty much by the end of the 6th grade year.
By the end of the 6th grade year? And when did he actually go to Cross Creek?
Oh, it was somewhere like February or March of his 8th grade year.
And why did it take so long to get him to Cross Creek?
Well, due to FAPE, you've got to make sure you've exhausted all your other options, and make sure, too, that the disabilities that you are seeing, or the challenges you're seeing, cannot be corrected through actions done by the teacher or the resource teacher that goes in and works in the classroom, or, if you will, the resource room, as we also had a resource room that the kids could go to.
Okay, and you just mentioned FAPE. What is that?
So all the acronyms, I don't remember exactly. I probably shouldn't have said it just because I don't remember exactly, but it has to do with making sure their rights are being met. Their academic rights are being met and followed through.
Okay.
Some of the things that also come into that whole process are functional behavioral assessments, where you actually identify behaviors that are being exhibited and try to put in place either rewards or processes to minimize those. Clearly, one of his was the vulgarities that he exhibited all the time. So those would be worked and reworked and reworked. So an FBA is a large part of that process.
Okay, and did you all do that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Were you required to send a letter to initiate this transfer?
As part of the packet, principal is required to submit a letter. I receive them all the time as a principal at Westglades, at Cypress Run as well.
Okay, and I'm going to show you, and this is what's already been entered as defense 78. Page 80 and 81 of that document. I'm going to show this to you and ask.
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is this?
And basically, it's a letter from one principal to the next principal explaining all the issues that we're having, what the actions we've taken are, and that we need for him to be considered for placement at their particular school.
Ms. Curtis, is this the one that's blurry because it's photocopied many times? Because
I don't think it's that bad. I don't know.
my screen is showing pretty blurry. I don't know if you're able to adjust it a bit. Are you all able to see? It's good? Okay, they're giving me thumbs up, so I guess
Okay.
I'm the only one.
Okay. And can you please read us the first paragraph of this letter, Mr. Basie?
This letter requests consideration of a behavior intervention program for Nicholas Cruz, an 8th grade student at Westglade Middle School. The parents and school administrators believe he needs a more structured educational environment in order to be successful. Nicholas is identified as an emotionally, behaviorally disabled, and his behaviors are becoming increasingly destructive. Additionally, his academic progress has declined. Unfortunately, the interventions that have been issued for Nicholas have not been successful. Nicholas continues to refuse to follow school rules and expectations of a traditional middle school setting. Below, you will find many interventions that have been implemented but have been proven to be unsuccessful.
Okay. And is the emotionally, behaviorally disabled language in there because that would be necessary to get him to Cross Creek?
Yes.
Okay. And the discussion about previous interventions, is that what you were just talking about, that you have to exhaust all possible options before asking for transfer?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read us the second paragraph, please?
Nicholas Cruz currently holds a 0.416 cumulative GPA, and his first quarter grades consist of F's in 5 of the 6 classes in which he was enrolled. This comes as a result of skipping classes, being sent to timeout locations for behavioral issues, refusing to complete assignments, and poor test grades. In addition to his academic concerns, he has received 6 bus referrals for misconduct on the bus, including disruption, disobeying the bus driver, using profanity towards the driver and other students, and harassing students. Nicholas has boarded the bus dressed in a Spider-Man costume and caused many major distractions to other local drivers passing by while he was exiting the bus. He wore the same costume to school. This year he has been served 24 referrals, and the first one was written as early as the first week of school. These disciplinary referrals range from disobedience and insubordination to profanity towards staff members, major disruptions on campus, petty theft, defiance of authority, possession of inappropriate items, and vandalism. He has served a consequence of in-school suspension 15 times.
Okay. The first line where you talk about his GPA, what does that represent? What time period?
Well, that would be the first quarter, probably of the 8th grade. That's what I'm thinking it would be.
Okay. And you mentioned in this letter 15 in-school suspensions. So if you didn't have an in-school suspension room, where would he go during these suspensions?
He'd be sitting with my assistant principals and myself in the main office.
Okay. And then just, if you could just read the third paragraph, I don't need any more.
Nicholas' behaviors interfere with the daily operations of the school. He has been identified as a flight risk because of his erratic behaviors. He has regularly left the school campus without permission, as well as hidden from staff members while on campus. This behavior creates chaos and safety concerns because he has become very destructive to school property. His teachers are becoming more afraid of him because he has used profanity towards them, become verbally, physically aggressive by kicking and punching desks, file cabinets, and an overhead projector. He has broken the glass window of one classroom door by kicking the glass. Nick was verbally combative with the teacher. As she turned to walk away, he threw a ball of paper and hit her. Furthermore, he aggressively took the classroom telephone out of a substitute teacher's hands and from the hands of his teacher of record on different occasions. He rationalized his behaviors as attempts to prevent them from calling for security personnel because of his inappropriate behaviors. While in the front office serving internal suspension consequence, Nick went to the restroom and broke the water faucet.
Okay. So in this paragraph, you discuss some pretty aggressive behaviors, violent behaviors.
Yeah.
Okay. And you testified earlier that you didn't really think Nick was a bully. Do you still believe that?
Well, I do. He's not getting physical with other kids. And so he's taking it out on, snapping the faucet on a sink, things of that nature. But I see a difference here.
Okay. Now, in your 35 years experience, have you worked with kids with ADHD?
Yeah, we're one of the first schools to, ADHD, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. And what about autistic kids?
Right, so, and that's what I thought you were going to be asking. At Norcrest, which was a nice little elementary school in Pompano that I was fortunate to be the principal for 8 years, we had one of the first autistic clusters that came into Broward County schools. And they were a godsend, they really were. And kids were being diagnosed with autism at all sorts of levels, from, very high functioning autism to kids who were very low functioning, but also identified as autistic. And, a lot of perseveration is significant with autistic kids, repetition of behaviors and things of that nature. And in some cases, very significant speech delays and things of that nature.
Okay. And in your experience in working with all of these autistic kids and kids with ADHD, did you find Nicholas's behavior to be consistent with that?
I didn't.
Sustained.
Did you have any suspicions about what was going on with Nicholas?
As far as his behaviors, yeah.
What the reason for it? Did you have any information about why that might be?
Well, so they had identified him per se autistic when he was at, if I remember correctly, at Coral Springs Elementary School as one of the issues.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you learn anything from his mother about that gave you some insight as to what was going on with him?
I did not personally. Went through Dione, my ESC specialist, because she was in touch with her all the time, and she had identified that he had been identified as autistic as well.
Okay. And were you aware that he was adopted?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you have any information about those circumstances?
Judge, Your Honor, calls for your second. Overruled.
Yeah, so I was aware that he was adopted. I had no more information than, she was an older woman trying to raise 2 adolescent boys. And I also knew through the information from the, his paperwork at Coral Springs, that his father had passed away when he was very young. I don't know if he was 5 or 6 years old. And his father was also significantly older.
Okay. Did you review any information about Nicholas's birth mother in the records?
No. All I knew was that both boys were the same mother. The mother was the same for both of them. 1 year apart, that they were adopted by Mr. and Mrs. Cruz. That part was in the records.
Okay. Did you believe Cross Creek was the best place for him?
Yeah, for sure.
And was it difficult? I know it was a lengthy process. Was it a difficult process to get him there?
Yes, it was a very difficult process to get him to Cross Creek.
Okay. And are you familiar with the concept of least restrictive environment?
Very much so.
Okay. And can you tell the jury about that?
So, through IDEA, which is the Individual Disabilities and Education Act, I'm sorry, I haven't done these acronyms in a while, but through that, and it's constantly reconstituted by the federal government, there was a major effort because of the number of minorities that were being identified for ESE, that you practice and make an effort to always have kids in their least restrictive environment. So they wouldn't be necessarily in a cluster class, but they would be as part of a regular class as much as possible. And hence, that's why when they went from elementary to middle school, there was a lot more mainstreaming with assistance in their academic classes and things of that nature. So basically, that's what least restrictive environment means. Give them the option to be with like kids, non-disabled kids as much as possible.
Okay, and do you think that, how do you believe that affects schools and how they operate?
Well, it's, it's a different game than it was when, and I don't mean game it's much more difficult to be a teacher nowadays, per se, than it is, because you don't have the issues of kids being as compliant as they perhaps, were. That whole golden rule of, just wait till your mother gets you when you get home that isn't necessarily as prevalent nowadays as it was. But do I think I think it was something that needed to occur. Because kids learn from other kids really well. And you could go into many classrooms and still, to this day, and see kids working with other kids who, were struggling and now doing much better because they've got their peers to assist them.
Does that work for all kids?
No.
Was Nicholas one of those kids?
He was one of those children that, it was too, his academic and emotional needs were too extreme for him to be successful in those kinds of environments.
Okay. After the shooting, did you reach out to anyone to provide information about Nicholas?
Did I reach out to anyone? No, I didn't reach out. I mean, I was at Westglades the very next day, crying with everybody else.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Marjory Stoneman Douglas Public Safety Commission?
Oh, yeah, I'm familiar with them.
Okay. Did you contact them?
I did. Probably about 6.
Sustained.
Do you know how long you've been a witness in this case?
How long I've been a witness in this case?
Yeah. Do you know when you were listed as a witness in this case or contacted in this case?
Maybe 2-3 months ago. I don't remember.
Okay.
Exactly.
And did you ever give deposition testimony?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you ever speak with anyone at the state attorney's office?
Yes,
When was that?
this morning.
And how did that happen?
I was contacted by an attorney, a friend of mine. He was also the attorney for the group that I was the executive director of. And as I was getting ready to come here, he put me on a three-way with, I believe it's an assistant state's attorney.
Okay. On this case?
On this case.
And what was your impression of the purpose of that call?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I'm asking him what his impression was.
Overruled.
They were concerned about the testimony that I was going to give and how it might implicate other people. It's probably the best way I could put it.
And how did the call make you feel?
Glad I didn't have my blood pressure checked when it hit. I don't mean to be sarcastic, but no, it was an incredibly uncomfortable phone call. To this hour, I don't understand why that even occurred.
Okay. And after Nicholas left for Cross Creek, were you aware that he was partially mainstreamed to Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
I may have heard about it. I think it occurred the last year that I was the principal in 2016, maybe. But yeah, so I guess I was aware he was back at Marjory Stoneman Douglas.
Okay. And would you have supported that decision?
No, I would not have.
And why?
Because there's no way, if a school of 1,600 are having challenges in maintaining and assisting a student to be successful, a school of 3,000 is going to be that much more difficult.
Okay. Do you know any administrators at Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
Yes, I do.
Did you have any contact with any of them when he
No, I did
was
not.
there? Okay. Do you wish you had?
I feel very guilty about it.
May I have a moment?
You may.
In your experience as an educator and also as a guardian ad litem, have you worked with kids who were prenatally exposed to drugs and alcohol?
Yes, I have 2 of them right now.
Okay. And did you see any consistency in Nicholas's behavior and his disabilities?
Objection. Overruled.
You know, so
Without giving any diagnosis, you can answer about your physical observations.
okay. I clearly saw challenges, like challenges of kids that I'm currently a guardian for, with some of the things that was occurring with Nick.
Okay. Do you remember how old he was at Westglades when he wore that Spider-Man costume to school?
Well, so, you know, I was going back in my head about that. It was probably a Halloween. It was probably 8th grade. You know, the teachers used to dress up, but we wouldn't let the kids dress up, but the teachers would dress up, and I believe that's when that occurred. So
Okay.
it would have been, I guess he'd be 15 at that point.
Okay. And do you know, when we talked about that phone call, do you remember who the prosecutor was that was on the call with you?
Yeah, you know, I had to be honest with you, he announced his name first, and then I was so flummoxed by the whole thing, I had forgotten and asked again. And it was Jeff Marco, I believe is the name that was given.
Okay. And did you sign a sworn document about what happened in this call?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Judge, at this time, may I approach the witness?
You
Objection,
may.
Judge.
Okay, let me speak to the lawyers.
And you said that the, sorry, I stole this letter, that the phone call made you very uncomfortable, right?
Yes.
Sustained. Move on, please.
What did you think the purpose of that call was?
Objection, ask the answer. Overruled. You can answer, sir.
Well, it happened 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago. I felt it was an effort to make me feel uncomfortable and not to come.
Okay.
It's really that was my initial reaction to it, still is.
Okay, thank you, sir. I don't have any more questions right now.
Okay, state.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vise?
VZ.
Vise, sorry.
Okay.
All right, I just want to go through a couple of things right out of the gate. You're aware that it's permissible for lawyers to speak with witnesses, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you testified that you were concerned this morning, or that your testimony, or whoever was on the phone, that your testimony would negatively affect individuals within the Broward County School District?
Yes.
But that person was just Mr. Whitelock, correct?
That I was worried about Mr. Whitelock?
Mr. Whitelock was worried. He was the one concerned about your testimony.
He voiced that. Yes, he did. He's the one who voiced that.
Okay, not Mr. Marcus.
No.
Okay.
He was, if I may.
Oh, you've answered the question, so I'm just going to move on. The answer was finished.
Sir, were you finished answering?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. All right, so you've gone over this a little bit, but when a child has a behavior problem in a school, you can't just remove him on that day from a public school. There's a process, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it's not an overnight process.
No, it is not.
Okay, and you talked about FAPE, which is the Free Appropriate Public Education Program, and that's a federal law, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And how long does that typically take in your experience, from start to finish?
It takes a solid 2 years to do it.
Okay. And actually, that process doesn't really even start until you start collecting data, information from teachers and other staff at the school, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how many steps are in the FAPE process?
Oh, I don't know.
More than a dozen?
Oh, I'm sure. It sure seems it, yes.
Okay. And none of these steps are optional?
No, you have to cross every T and you got to dot every I.
Okay. Sometimes do you even have to go back and maybe redo part of what you've already done?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And you said on direct that you had received information from some teachers that had worked with the defendant over the course of the years that he was at Westglades. A lot about his behavior and disruptions and so on and so forth.
And outbursts and things of that nature, yes, for sure.
Okay. Were you aware that people like Mr. Lindsay would actually have to go sit in his classroom for a period of time during instruction?
For sure. That's part of the information gathering process.
That's part of the FAPE process?
Well, part of the FBA, and all the different pieces to it.
Okay. And were you aware that during those times that Mr. Lindsay would sit in the classroom with teachers like Ms. Yan, for example, he would behave accordingly? He would behave like he was supposed to?
Yeah, I was aware of it, and I would expect that.
Okay. So it seems as though he was able to control his behavior depending on who was in the classroom.
Yes, if you had an assistant principal sitting in the classroom all the day long, yes, he'd be fine. For a period of time, and then that would actually then wane as well.
And you said you had a lot of conversations with Linda Cruz, the defendant's mom?
I did not have a lot of conversations with her. I'm sure I did. Do I recall them specifically? No. But Diane Reed, my just wonderful ESE specialist, was very in tune with her all the time.
Okay. Did you get the impression that Linda was a good mom?
Oh, yeah. I think she was doing everything she could to help these two boys.
Okay. And were you aware that the defendant was seeking treatment from Henderson while he was attending Westglades?
Yes.
Okay. And now, if the school were to not skip one of these steps from FAPE,
or not do it thoroughly, the school could get sued, right?
Yeah,
So it's really important that each step is taken and, there's a thorough job in doing the process, which is why it takes so long.
yes.
And are you aware how the defendant did while he was at Cross Creek?
No,
Okay. You never reviewed any records or anything?
no.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge, I don't think so.
So you don't know that he was actually doing very well. And in order for him to be mainstreamed back into either Westglades or a public high school, that's a committee decision, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And do you feel that you accurately implemented and the process we've been talking about, and that each step that was required was done as efficiently as possible in this case?
At Westglades Middle School?
Yes.
Yes, I do believe we did, or he wouldn't have been accepted into Cross Creek.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Curtis, anything else?
Yes.
You need more water, there's fresh water.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Sure.
You said that you would have expected him to behave while Mr. Lindsay or someone was there in the class with him. Why is that?
Because, kids have an impression of administrators and things of that nature, those that have the ability to execute more significant consequences than can a teacher or another staff member.
Okay. And do you know the circumstances of where Mr. Lindsay or Ms. Fondren would sit in relation to Nicholas?
Well, if you're gathering data, you don't sit next to the kid. You sit to someplace as inconspicuous as possible. If you're in there to help maintain order with a certain student, then you would have a closer proximity to them.
Okay. And having another adult, a paraprofessional next to you, is that the kind of support you might receive at Cross Creek?
Well, yes, for sure. But they also have much more security and they have much more therapeutic assistance in that setting. So if a kid is going, I'll use the term melting down because people would perhaps understand that, then you'd have a professional that is trained in assisting kids who are emotionally losing it, helping them get themselves back together.
Okay.
I did not have that per se. Latanya was wonderful as a behavior tech at our school. She had a great rapport with kids, but you can only do so much.
Okay. And did you know that Nicholas was relatively successful at Cross Creek?
Well, I didn't know that, but I assumed since he was, sent back, he would be. But you're talking apples to oranges here. This is a school of 150 kids with lots of support built into the setting. And you're also able to make sure they're much more medication compliant. And you get into a larger school setting, and that just can't happen. It doesn't happen.
Okay. And is that why you said you would have never?
That is correct.
Okay. And Ms. Ciccone asked you about whether you're aware that it's appropriate for lawyers to talk to witnesses.
Correct.
Okay. And you've previously had some conversations with some of the defense team, is that right?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And did those conversations make you feel the same way that the conversation with Mr. Whitelock and Mr. Marcus made you feel today?
No.
Overruled.
It's the day I'm coming in here to testify, and all of a sudden I get a call on this. It was just like, it was very uncomfortable.
Okay. May I have more? Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you so much,
Okay,
sir.
thank you, sir.
Thank
You're
you very much.
excused.
Thank you.
Defense, you may call your next witness.
The defense doesn't have any other witnesses for sure now.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you know the drill. Please report back here tomorrow at 9. That means, I know there was some confusion. The sheriff's office was having you come at 8:30. When I say 9, I mean you don't have to be here until 9, so that we can get everybody in and in order, and then we'll start at 9:30. That was my intention. I'm sorry if there was some miscommunication. You can blame Gabe for that. So, and I told him, when I say 9, I mean 9. When I say 8:30, I mean 8:30. So please, I apologize that you all have gotten here a bit early and had to wait. Please be here at 9. I know you all are always prompt, and I appreciate that. I'll see you tomorrow. Do not discuss the case with anyone, remember, and leave your notepads behind.
They love you.
Okay, and also to the lawyers and anyone else, if there was any miscommunication on my part, I do apologize. It takes a while to get all of the 22 jurors together and then back into the jury room with all the shuffling in the hallway, so that's why I always ask them to be here a half an hour early. You all certainly don't have to be here a half an hour early. You could just be here a few minutes before 9:30, that would be fine, and we'll start at 9:30. Obviously, sometimes there's delays with other things. You all know we're sharing the back hallway between myself, the jurors, and the defendant. Okay?
Can I make one quick request?
You may.
I just would like to make Mr. Beasley's affidavit a court exhibit.
Sure. I'm not exactly sure what number court exhibit, but I'm sure Madam Clerk would be happy to tell you. We have other court exhibits. I'm not sure what number, but we'll put it in numerical order.
Thank you.
All right. We are in recess for the afternoon. I'll see you all tomorrow.